Hello, and welcome back to Laurence Plays Factorio Planetary Pioneers, where I seem to be looking at Castor. Oh yes, we'd been trying to get away from all of this, but Castor is still happening, and there were some tanks coming over here that needed to be dealt with, and we were looking at them at the end of the last stream. So, yeah, Sophia is still tidying up this place, and we had some building going on out here, but Tristan's been placing out some blueprints to try and protect Castor. Let me just turn on some game sounds and some Discord chat sounds as well. There we go. That should be everyone. Right, so hello everyone. Hello Doobie. Hello Regular. Hello Board Easy. Hello Sophia. And hello Mike, I suppose. Hello Riddler and Quagor and everyone else who's here for the stream. Great. So actually we were we're looking at Castor initially because that's what I was looking at right at the end of the last one. But to be honest, it's not the main main push at the moment, because we've been over on Nauvis doing lots and lots of upgrading and improving of things to use some of the new toys and the new tech we've unlocked from other planets we've been going out to. And so we'd like to do a little bit more on this, particularly get this biter zoo over here finished off and up and running at sort of full pelt, should we say, and then we're going to think about heading off to another planet for the to sort of just maybe middle of the stream, maybe towards the end of the stream. And was it was one of the ones beginning with no, it was Foliax we're going to go to next, wasn't it?
Down beyond Arik.
Yeah, I found it. I just couldn't. I could find the planet. I just couldn't remember which one we decided on. So probably Foliax at some point later on in the stream, unless unexpected things happen. And to be honest, unexpected things always happen. Right, and so last stream I was doing some upgrading of the plastic production over here, and we had this idea that we'll start making the using the lignumis recipe. Let's make lots and lots of the cuprividis and then turn them into plastic, and then the plastic can be shipped off over here, and sorted by quality, and then upgrade it, and then any spare plastic, any plastic that we don't need at the basic quality, can be passed over here and upgraded into, ideally, into better plastics, or possibly just into less plastic, but in theory, into better plastics. Unfortunately, it was pointed out to me in a comment on the video, so thank you to the person who did that, that whilst I'd gone in and put in the quality modules here, when I went from doing a double productivity, so productivity in here and productivity in here, I'd forgotten that there are also speed beacons in here, and therefore these speed beacons are taking all of the quality out of these, and we're at a minus 10% quality, which is not the sort of amount of quality that we would like to have. So, step 1 is going to be pull out all these speed beacons along here. I strongly suspect that step 2 is then going to be put in additional machines doing the plastic stage and try and squeeze those in somehow. And that's going to be tricky. It might not be impossible, but it's probably going to be a little bit fiddly in getting the inserters into the right places. So let's start off by just taking these out, and we'll see how much speed we lose. I think that's a good starting point. We can knock all of them out. And then once I've built up this side, I can then copy it over to the other side and get things finished up and working. And it'll be interesting to see how much of a difference it makes. So these ones over here are running at a speed of 5.84, which is pretty quick, but they've got that, as I say, that minus 10% quality. I wonder if that means that if you put in uncommon things, you just get out, sorry, if you put in rare ingredients, you get out common plastic. I suspect not. I think it's just going to mean it's just it bottoms out at 0, I expect. Anyway, then over here, we've got these ones. So these ones are running at, 5.84. These ones are running at 1.6. So that's about a third of the speed, and that's not very good. Because now this system here is massively out of balance, because, well, just it's a lot faster on the other side. So the obvious thing to do is to put in another one of these machines here. But if I do that, there's nowhere to put the inserter to pass the stuff over into it. So that's not actually going to work. This is tricky. No, I don't think it does downgrade quality, Fox. That's pretty much my thought. I think it bottoms out at a 0% chance, which is a good thing, really, TM. So the problem is you can only get one inserter on the bottom of one of these. Oh, actually, I think I see what I want to do here. If I move that to there, then that's just going to run off this machine, and then I can put another one in next to this one. Yeah, they can all be... then I can just copy this design all the way down. Okay, I need to move these guys from here. Can I have a... From here to here. That's not a problem. But then that's going to be a 1-to-1. So this is going to be producing 5.2 cuprivitas a second, and this is going to be using 12.5? How was that in balance before? So over here, we're producing 18 point... Oh, because this was speed beacon. Oh! Let's put that back. No, not that. Right. Oh, yeah, I moved it. I didn't delete it or anything. So, yeah, we'll try and move that down there. I'm going to rotate you for a second. Right, that'll get deleted. Come on, bots. Can we have some bots, please? Here it comes. All right, so I can put that back where it came from. And now if I look in here, we can see this is making 5.2 per second, and this is using 12. Okay, so actually, it was okay. The ratio was fine, because taking the beacon out meant that they've all been slowed down. Okay, that actually makes this a lot easier. It means we're not going to be producing anything like as much plastic, but it also means I don't need to go in and do lots of faffing around. These ones over here will now be far too fast, of course. So I guess I could just take out their beacons. So we've got these two are supposed to be running for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Apparently, that's a weird number. I was expecting it to be 8, but okay. And these are producing 18.2. These guys are taking in 1. So one of these pairs is going to be enough for the entire column all the way down here. Oh, that's a good point. Are they stack? Yes, yeah, that's a very good point. The stack inserters will get jammed. Yes. Okay. I know. Plastic bar quality. Yes, the plastic bar quality 1, fine. And then this one will be that or a plastic bar of quality greater than 1. So normal plastic will come out here as stacks, and then in the higher quality stuff will come out as here on from the bulk inserter as just flat piles. So that'll work. I will need to copy that to everywhere else. Let's get rid of this and just clean that back up through here again. Because the same thing needs to be done on the other side. So the question is now at this point is, do I want to remove these things? Since, as I said, we're going to have these can run about 18 machines, and we've got 24 in the stack. So to be honest, 3 machines would be sufficient. Or do I just go, I don't care, we'll let some of it die? I think probably I guess it doesn't actually matter, because we can keep it topped up from here, and whatever is available will get used, and anything that dies will get passed out at the bottom here and turned into plastic the other way, and anything that's on these just won't get used because it'll just sit forever inside the system. Actually, it'll sit in there until it dies and then it gets sent out round this way instead. But again, not a serious problem. Yeah, I think that's probably all right. Ideally, I'd tweak this to be a 3-machine loop, and then remove the other ones. I suppose I could do that. Might as well go in and might as well be a bit reasonably complete with this. But we should see the point behind all of this. Oh yes, I need to go through and copy this to all of the green inserters down here, and then there we go. Now they can actually unload all of that better quality plastic that was jamming up the outputs, as I was warned. I just hadn't gone through and finished off what I was up to. So do all of these, la 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 la, nearly there, and we'll find a few more higher quality plastics come out. Right, so there we go. That now works. As I say, this whole system is a little bit over-spec'd though. So let's get rid of this and this. Finish off the belts there and there, so it just runs through nicely. Actually, to be fair, no, let's keep that and keep that, because there's no harm in trying to take out some dead Cuprividas at any point along the belt. So that can be removed and tidied up as necessary. Then I think I want to move this down a bit, and I want to move this down a bit. No, this down a bit. 1, 2, 3. Because I want to put a third machine in there to keep the ratios happy. That goes there and there. And, I'm just going to upgrade the whole thing to green while I'm at it. So that, and yeah, that's nearly it. There we go. I don't know what those two are for. Yes, I do. Leave them in place. Then I want to put in another copy of this here.
We had the discussion earlier how big the lime is, so how much space platform it is. It's 10,000.
Okay, so in between the two estimates, that's quite that's very very diplomatic.
Can you check the as well?
Sure. That is 3.1.
So this is going to.
I didn't realize it was that much smaller.
This is going to need water.
It's not the size, mate. Don't worry.
That's
how
what
you
she
use
said.
it.
Are we running out of diagonal inserters on Novice?
Maybe.
Are people using a lot of them?
I mean, that's good, right? It's
It shows they're popular.
Yeah, they're there to be used.
Do you have the range?
yeah,
I think
it's
you do,
taking me
yeah,
like a couple of minutes to get all the 100 that I requested.
We're missing 2. Apparently.
I can say I'm not using them in my build over here. Yeah, so the reason Mark was talking about that is because I've been reminded a few times by somebody in the video or stream comments that if we start making our spaceships out of the low density space platform that we're building on Maluna at the moment as part of the exploration science pack, so that's this stuff where we take in the normal space platform and low density structures, aluminium, and then feed in some of the inflated plastic. We can then make low density space platform, and if you make a spaceship out of that, then it can go a bit faster and it can go faster from the same amount of thrust. And so some of the ships that we'd like to have move around a bit quicker, it would be worth upgrading. My first thought was we should upgrade the Gleba export ship to go a bit faster. But to be honest, because of the way we are putting everything into ice chests, which keeps it all at 50% health, 50% freshness, no matter how long it's kept for, and no matter what it's got down to beforehand, there's not really any point in doing that. So we thought we'd start off with the lime, because every so often we want to make the lime go very, very quickly from one place to another to go off and go and get more supplies when we're trying to build stuff up on a new planet. So having that go a bit faster will be useful. And then over time we'll gradually upgrade all the rest of our planets. So we're going to try and upgrade it by using some of the these are now being taken off into a box, I assume. Oh no, there's a belt that's been put, a ridiculously long belt has been put in, it's come around here to a load of red chests that are by the rocket silos. Okay, fine. And
I wanted to make sure that it passes all the science production first.
Yeah, that's fair.
And then the bots don't have to travel as far.
Yeah. It feels a little bit ridiculous, but no, it makes sense. And we'll gradually catch up on that, I assume. Okay, so we're making the inflated plastic, the bubbly plastic, the aero bars at a reasonable rate. It's not as fast as the rate we're using it up at, but you know it'll cope somehow. And now we're starting to ship loads of that up. So if we go and have presumably the lime is here. So if we watch this, we'll see the plastic the low density space platform start to arrive, and we might be able to see it getting used, but I'm hoping we'll be able to see a weight or no. There's no speed or weight information in there. That's a shame.
I'm only requesting the 10k, and then we'll do it in one go.
Oh, okay. I was hoping we'd see a mass or a speed thing somewhere around here, but I don't. Oh, we got a weight. Yeah, we do have a mass. 2,000 tons. So we'll see how much that changes when we start putting in the low density structures. But we'll look at that again. Mark will hopefully let us know before he starts doing any upgrades, and then we can come along and check the weight again, because I will have forgotten how much it was by then, and then do the big upgrade and see what happens. So that'll be fun. Hello, Chaos Mike, and yes, how's the North Sea treating you? I'm going to guess it's a bit sort of rough and breezy out there because, well, it's the North Sea, and that's kind of what it's like. But I hope things are reasonably pleasant. Or as pleasant as they can be, given that you're where you are. Right, there we go. So we now have a problem with dead plastic, dead Cupravidas, which are in theory where are they being shipped over to? There's somewhere. Oh, down here. Why is this belt full? Oh, there's a piece of belt missing. That's not going to help. Let's put that in there. Then that can dump down here. Got a second belt. It doesn't matter. Right. Rough and crap everywhere. That sounds a lot like the North Sea we know and know. Right, so now that should have sorted out the rather severe plastic production problem that we're facing from the end of the last stream. Now, why okay? There's just the machines getting up and running again. So there's some throughput issues over here, but I'm quietly confident that it's going to be okay once the system all catches up a little bit. So we'll give it a moment to see. But now that I've removed all of those speed beacons, we should be seeing, say, about what percentage are we playing with here? 10%. Okay, we should be seeing about 10% of our of the plastic coming through at a higher quality. I don't see any plastic at a higher quality at the moment, which is kind of disappointing. But the theory is there. Oh, there's some. And it looks like a lot more because these are spread out rather than being stacked up. But that's fine. So we are getting some plastic through at the higher quality level. And then it can be passed through here. Is that actually getting kept? Yes. No. Yes, maybe. Coming down here. Yes, that's getting kept, and that's all being passed out into the station. So we'll have some quality plastic available. Excellent. So system is now working the way it's supposed to. The problem is that after the... Oh, actually, I need to clear up this side as well. The problem is that after I finished this one last week and said, right, there we go, it's finished now, Mark then asked me to make several copies of it. So there are a number of these around the factory that are also not working because they were set up at the same time, set up basically at the same time from the same blueprint before I'd realised there was a problem. So I'm going to get rid of all of that. And then, same thing as before, up here, move that down 3. Move that down 3.
So, Mark, I have upgraded red and blue
Copy
recycling things as you requested.
that.
Yes.
It will catch up, don't worry. It's just taking its time.
Okay.
There. And then belt.
Yeah.
No, belt. Belt goes there, belt goes there.
Mark,
That's got the belt.
can I borrow the line briefly?
Pipe goes there.
Sure.
Thank you.
And then obviously
Yeah,
blue is
okay.
basically the same concept.
Yep. Oh. So
Why
you.
is this stopped?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I see. It comes out
Yeah.
down there. Right, fine.
If you keep an eye on it during stream, make sure it doesn't, struggle
sure.
or anything.
Yep.
Why are you having a
Sounds good.
sad? You're running. You're running.
Do you want me to just work down the list that we've got of things that need to be done? Just taking them off one at a time.
Oh, okay. It's not quite fast enough. Fair enough.
Yeah. Give me a second.
In that case, what if I lose that? Because I want this to be producing 6.25 ideally. It's now producing 5.78. Now I can put a speed module in this stage. That is okay, because this one doesn't have any quality.
Fertilizer
in it.
is fine. If you're. Oh, no, is it you?
That,
That's
letting
me, yes.
that-
and then wait 3 days for it to actually turn up and bring me out the bits and pieces I need. Those need to be belts. Then down here we need to fill that. Okay, so here that should be like that. That should be like that. Is there another one? Yes, that should be like that, and that, and that, and that, and that. Okay, that should let them build that up, and that should then be okay. Over here, so we're seeing, well, it's still on 5.7, but which is not quite enough. But I'm quietly confident that with a speed module in there, this will then be fast enough to keep this machine satisfied. Because at the moment we're getting these little red flashes here that I don't really want to see. Hello, Conab. Welcome. Cool. You've seen me been in the VODs. Awesome. I'm glad to
How do
hear
you
it.
want to export it? In barrels or just in fluid trains?
Blue trains?
Fluid trains, certainly.
Oh yeah, this is supposed to be upgraded to green as well, wasn't it? Let's do that. So there we go. All green.
And I don't think we need
Is
too
this
much
green?
of it.
Green. Green.
Because it's just seeding the builds and then they will recycle it locally.
There is. So just for CD builds to recycle locally. Got it.
I do wish the I should have found one of these that was a bit closer to the mall to do my edits, and then the updates would happen a little bit faster as the bots would fly out. Wouldn't have us quite as far to fly. So this one would have been a better one. Is there another one even closer? I don't think there is. But oh well. I'll then have to go out and find it. So there's another 2 there. That's the same build. I recognise it well. But I think that might be it. I think it's just these 4. No, not that one. That's something different. Just these 3 producing the plastic. And the bits are still on their way over. Have you got your? You've got your speed module now. So that puts you at 9 and almost very nearly 10. So that's almost fast enough all by itself. Do I think this should be. I think I should speed up this build, because if I put 2 speed modules in instead of the productivity modules in here, then this can run at the same speed as one of these. And okay, it'll take slightly more Cupravidas on the input, and I might need to put a 4th machine in here, but that's not a problem. Can fit that in very, very easily, and then that'll basically double the amount of plastic that's being made. Okay, let's do that then. Only 5 months behind. That's not too bad. Yeah, it's only a few hours a week that we're making. You'll be fine. Right. Okay. I'm gonna.
The rate we move, that's fine.
Yeah, probably. Right, I'm going to do a major rebuild. Well,
Mike, I was just
not a
preparing
major
your city
rebuild, a
block,
bit
and
of a rebuild for this.
No,
So
you
let's get
moved.
rid of that, and then I'll move
Yep.
that up like that. And then once again, I will remove these guys up to here.
I figured that having one with water.
Then I guess I move that up to there.
Yeah, makes sense.
So that's now a complete build where we've got inputs on this side. We're dumping out the dead if we need to. Bring out your dead, as they say. Also over here, and we've got the 2 pipes in the required positions there. So now, if I copy all of this, I should be able to then paste it in along here with the angry ghosts all the way down. Let's get the. I'm going to need these every other one. Okay, that's fine, I suppose. So I can put you. So if I put that in there with a little bit of angry ghost like that, that'll line all the pipes up in the correct places, and then I'll say, okay, we're calling this a block of 2, because then we get the pylon in the middle. Then I can come down here. I can just do this all the way down. So drop that in there, and then there, and there, and so on. I didn't double the number. I didn't double the number of speed module. There we go. Do that. Try again. Copy that to there and there and there and there and there and there and wherever, like that. Okay, where was I? Copy from
blueprints
here to what have I got? I've got right one on the top. So to here. I can put another block of that in here. That piece of belt is still missing. I'm sure I told it to rebuild that. I'll go and check on a minute. Right, and then that goes there and there and there and there and there, and then down here. Is this going to be the last one lot? Yeah, put that in there, and that should sort it. And then, oh, I see. It's because we took the splitter out. That's why it's done that. Right, so that's going to now be a little bit faster and better, faster and betterer. We've got some power problems over here, but that's just because we haven't had stuff built. Fine. That's all okay. We just need to now wait for the bots to sort all of that out. And in the meantime, I should probably do the same thing on the other side as well. Wait, this is going to be fiddly-idlier, because there's going to be the water pipes are on the near side, so that's going to be slightly worse. So, let's drop one in and see how much it breaks things. We're going to get all the pipes in the wrong place. Let's just drop the first part of this in, the part that isn't pipes. So we'll take that. We'll put you here, and we can get the belts going in the wrong direction as well. Can we flip that vertically? We can. So if I put you there, how much of this is then wrong? So we've got the goop pipe and the goop pipe there, and a water pipe in the middle. That all seems to be okay. We've got that there. So, but if I put this here. Yeah, like that would then go there. We don't now have the pipe for the brown sludge, so I need to put that in there. Also, we would then need to have the pylon there. Okay, so that's now correct. I'll need to copy all of the stuff over to the wood juice pipe as well. But if I copy from there to there to there, right, fine, we'll get that one as well to make it easier to line up. Who's getting things blown up? Is this Castra? Castra.
Yep.
It's Castra. Yep.
Okay.
Tristan, did you see my increased biolab density action
Yes.
for you? Okay.
Yes, it is partially in progress.
Yeah, sure.
One of the science labs is currently out of commission.
Ooh, lag.
Okay. Makes sense.
Right, copy this in along here as before on the other side, and then we should have. I don't know whether we're probably not going to have quite as much plastic as we had with the previous design, because there's a load of speed beacons missing, and but we've got the quality modules up and running now, so this should all run. We should still get a decent amount being produced, but not at quite the same. Yeah, decent amount, not quite as fast, but with a quality bonus instead. So I think that's probably worth it. Yeah, a shiny new planet at some point, probably today. I think we'll reckon we've got Norvis up to a state that we're decently happy with it, and then go off and play with a different planet, I think. I don't think I've missed a corpse and not picked it up. Well, it's entirely possible, actually. Isn't there supposed to be is there a ping for it? I don't know. There'll be notifications on the map for places where anyone has died, but that doesn't mean the corpse is still there. So there's, yeah, Mark died over here, for example, 4 hours and 32 minutes in. But the corpse has gone and been long claimed. We just have death markers on, so we can see all the places that people have died. I'm trying to find other ones because I'm sure there's more than that. But the problem is I've no idea where anything was anymore. I don't know where the middle of our factory was. There's one of Sophia's, for example. But as you can see, there's no actual corpse there anymore. Yeah, I don't know where the starting point of the factory was that it's then grown from. Oh yeah, of course we can check for the origin, can't we?
Yep.
All right. So yeah, this is actually the centre of the factory, which actually it's still fairly central. Actually, we've grown out in a reasonably evenly, a bit more up and a bit more west than a bit more north and a bit more west than south and east. But yeah, basically fairly even. Yes, indeed, this is the same save as from 5 months ago. We are. It typically takes us. Well, the K2SE run we did the K2SE run we did a while back took us 2 years to get from start to finish. This one, I don't know. I'm not expecting it to take quite as long as K2SE unless we keep adding planets, which is certainly a possibility. We may end up finding that it takes that the game just gradually extends and extends forever because we carry on putting more and more new planets in as we complete the ones we've got. But we'll see. No, Boardies, you can't use beacons in here. That's what. In fact, I've been going through this and deliberately removing the beacons because we're using quality modules in here. And if we use quality modules, it wrecks your beacon. It doesn't work with beacons because, well, I suppose I could put efficiency beacons in, but I don't care. So there's no point in putting. Yeah, I've just been going through and removing. So with the previous design, the one I made last week. Where is there an example? Here's an example. Was like this, where we because originally it was designed to be productivity modules all the way through. So you see some beacons up here, and then beacons down here, productivitying all of this. And then Mark asked me to replace the productivity beacon module, the productivity modules with quality modules like this. And at the time, I completely forgot that I put speed beacons in, and that's a bad thing when you're trying to produce quality. And that it's going to have issues, and it took it down to a nice minus 10% quality, which is not ideal. So, hence my first job today, thanks to somebody who pointed it out in the stream comments, being to go through and remove all of the speed beacons and get things sort of balanced up again to produce at least a reasonable quantity of stuff.
Mark, quick question.
Yes.
Can I murder this spawner?
I don't know, can you?
It's kind of in the way.
It's 50-50, isn't it? I mean, either he can or he can't.
Yeah.
That is exactly how statistics work.
Do you not want to use diagonal inserters for it? And maybe multiple chests?
Is. Yeah. I don't care.
It's a bit in the way.
Yeah.
Aww. So mean. Oh well.
That's interesting to know, though. So, yeah, you shooting it also converts it into a normal one, and then. Yeah,
I wasn't expecting that. Although it makes a sort of sense, but I wasn't expecting it nonetheless. We've come back to the plastic bacteria challenge once again because it seems to be I was going to say an ongoing challenge. No, that's not fair. It is a challenge that we are playing with once again, which is slightly different. Do I have any green belts in my pocket? As I do. Let's use a few of these. No, point it the right way. There we go. And there. And there. Get rid of all that dead stuff. That can pour away. Alright, so yeah, as we can see now over here, I suspect this system is now no longer producing the cuprividus fast enough, and I am going to need a bit more of it. It's tempting to just put in another, to go back to the original design I had before of the double ones, because yeah, I keep changing things around and messing up with it and stuff like that. But oh well. Yeah, I could use the rat calculator on it. That would make sense. See how far out I am. But up here we've got 18. That one's only producing 5 because there's no bacon for that one. and 18. So yeah, all right. Let's rate calculator it. All of you, what do you? How do you feel? So we are.
Front.
I don't think that's gonna. It's kind of hard to tell with this because we're producing a quantity here. We're also producing quite a lot of it here, and we're using up quite a lot of it here as well. But we are producing an excess, so I don't know. Yes, mate, this is indeed Norvis. We're back on Norvis to do some finishing off of various things basically, and try and get things sort of tidied up and ready to just work TM. And go in and fix some of the mistakes I made last week. And then hopefully soon after that we'll be heading off to pastures new, but not just yet. Does laser burning nests with the lasers taste like barbecue chicken? Maybe it does. We won't talk about accidentally poking yourself with a soldering iron and the smell it gives off, because that's a bit gross. Okay, Kona. Well, thank you for stopping in, and yeah, enjoy the VODs. I'm sure you'll be caught up with us in no time at all. Well, sometime at all. Yeah, this is definitely not fast enough. We've got a lot of very disappointing machines down here at the bottom. We're getting through to about here. I reckon that's halfway. So let's put in a Let's just put in a second copy of this. And go, oh well, I was right. I was sort of right the first time. In fact, entertainingly, this is exactly the same number of machines. This is going to be, when I copy that, we're going to have 6 machines again, which is what I've got over here. So maybe with these ones, I'll just leave all of these machines in there producing rather than messing around with it too much, which is interesting. Oh, I suppose the lower production rate is going to be compensated for by the lower. It's going to be generated by the lower productivity module quantities. That makes kind of sense. Right, so I can copy that, put it in down about here, yeah, here. And we'll get a bit more fed in. Put it in, where's halfway? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 12. So here is the exact middle. So I can put it in slightly above. The belts are easily fast enough. So if I put that in there, then that's actually all pretty much correct. Ideally, I'd want to use some splitters in here, but I think that's probably doesn't matter. Then we want that to be a pipe. Is there anything further down? No, nothing further down here, so I can remove those. And then water gets fed from here to... It doesn't quite reach, but it's very close. So I'll just extend that with a bit more pipe like that. There we go. Right. So that will now kick in over there. Oh, I need to do the same thing on the other side. Boop, let's flip that over. Let's line it up nicely because otherwise it'll look weird and horrible. Put you there. I don't... Oh, have we lost Roboportage in there now? Yes. Put the Roboport back. We need the Roboport. Put that in. Here seems like a good place. No, it doesn't. Needs to link to the outside network. There we go. Here seems like a good place. Now we'll just hook all of this back up again. Like that, and... like that. Oh, and while I'm over here, I will need to chuck some more Cuprividas in these things once they get built. But I think that should now be enough to get the system running flat out once again. And then I can copy this middle part of it over to the other 2 systems. But I'd like to see this one working before I start doing that.
Again, low on the diagonal ones.
What do you mean I can't? I could make a new block. What do you meaning I should make the block for? I could make copies of this, yeah. Oh, I could just copy the whole thing and drop it in and then deconstruct these ones. That is certainly an option. But I think given that a lot of it has stayed the same, I think just doing an Angry Ghost copy over the top of this middle section is going to be sufficient. I think it should be all right. I don't think there's any pipes that are going to be problematic because most of the pipes haven't moved.
Which ship imports the diagonal ones?
The dynamic storyteller, I believe.
Yeah.
I just upped the request at the mall from 100 to 1,000.
Seems reasonable.
Okay.
The pumps seem
It's
really
not on the
slow.
storyteller.
Bear in mind the game's
whoever-
probably running at half speed or something like that.
Whoever is importing them, so I don't even know what planet they are from. So please fix that.
Egress. But yeah, so that they've all come over from the line then or something. Because,
Might be.
yeah, okay, I'll request them on.
Okay, we do have the bots coming over. They're not actually all being taken up by other things. That's all right then, I suppose.
What works?
It'll take a bit of time for that to catch up then. But yeah, that'll start bringing them over now.
Okay, we do still have 45,000 available bots, so it shouldn't be any problems there. It's just just the lag time of flying stuff over from the mall area. Right. Is anyone else up to anything interesting? Because I'm waiting for bots to finish stuff off while I'm there.
Just made a city block for fertilizer.
I don't see your highlighty thing, so I can't zoom in and have a look at it.
Bottom,
Oh, you did ping. Okay, I see.
Center right. Yeah, there you are.
Okay, so it's bringing in
Six things.
acid and water and
Yep.
oh, carbon
Except
eventually.
I picked a city block with water in it.
Yes.
Yeah, so it needs more carbon, but yeah.
Yeah. So waiting for the carbon to turn up, and
Wait
then
for carbon. Yeah.
yeah,
So it's produced a bunch, but
cool. What do we need fertilizer
I
for?
don't know why there's no more carbon on. We need fertilizer because Mark said we need it.
That's not very
We
helpful.
don't question our Lord and Master.
I actually don't remember.
Is it just because it's something that we haven't started making yet, so you want us to start making it?
No, it was, I don't know.
It's
Tristan's
completely
rebuilding the
unimportant,
science
but
field.
I think
Well,
yeah,
well.
for the we need that for if we want to use the refresh the biters recipe,
Okay,
for example.
we'll see if we actually do end up using that. But okay, cool.
Yep.
Genuinely though, why isn't there a second train of carbon coming?
Do we have carbon on those?
I'm
So
not
the
sure
first
we
train,
are
the first
making
train full
it.
of carbon turned up.
But
Oh, I see. The belt's got put in underneath this pile of junk here, and so it's picked up a load of miscellaneous trash.
we don't have a city block doing it, do we?
No, we don't. We're making it in two machines in the
mall.
sort of bottom area.
That'd be why you've
So
not had a
that
second train then.
That train load ahead, a train full of carbon, is just what's ended up getting dumped into the logistics system to be
Yes.
taken away and dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, I dumped up a whole bunch previously, so that's probably what it was.
Mike, please
Jeez.
make carbon.
Yeah. Am I allowed to do it with a spaceship in orbit?
Yes.
Why is that one getting built first? I spec'd that out ages after the other one. Oh well.
I'm going to be a bit more sensible than that and actually look at Factoriopedia and see how carbon can be made.
Maybe I think you can just make
Can
it by
be made in space.
burning wood.
You can.
I think I'm not sure though.
Crushed coal and sulfuric acid.
The problem with doing any sort of build trains and anything like that is you kind of need to know what you're going to need in advance before you in order to bring it over and then drop it off into appropriate chests. And we don't have the blueprint. What is it? The ghost blueprint reader mod installed because it's horrendously laggy and we're laggy enough as it is. So Otherwise, so you just end up with a train turning up. I suppose you have a train with roboports on it potentially, which would be able to build a bit of the area, but it's not particularly practical because you'd still need to know you'd need to know what you were going to need before you built the before you sent the train over, and so you'd spend all your time just trying to put the right things into the trains. Whereas this way, it does work, even if it is rather slow, as you're seeing. Right, time for me to load up the systems with some more Cooper Avidas, so I can take from here when it finishes. I can get one, apparently, if I do it like that. Right, you know what? Give me some from there. There we go. That's probably going to be enough. And then I can put that into here. Half of it can go in there. Half of it can go in there. And then these machines can start to run. And that should bootstrap them, and everything should start to work down here. And then we'll have twice as much coming out eventually once it kicks in properly. So down here, you can see we've got 17 on the output. Have we not got an output inserter yet?
How much?
No, it's not got enough.
Petroleum, gas, and oil do we have on Norvis?
Oh, is it not plugged in? It's not plugged in.
Quite a bit.
Excellent.
So we were short when we still made plastic from oil, but nowadays we are fine, I think.
Oh, that's got iron sulfate solution as a byproduct. Which
there we go. Now it works.
Let's not do that.
So we've got they've got the Cooper Avidas coming back out over here now, so it can go into the new machines, get them up and running, and everything. And it should now, well, it'll swirl for a little while, and then eventually it'll start outputting a bit. Well, there was a little bit, but there we go. There's some starting to come out now. So that should work nicely. Yeah, for filling up a Spidertron with filling something up with everything is a very, very open-ended question, because you're bound to forget something. There's bound to be a new thing that we've not started using yet. It's problematic. So I don't like the idea of just saying, yeah, tell the Spidertron to order a little bit of everything, because it's going to go wrong. It would provide some buffers, I suppose. So you could have the Spidertron sitting out here and then being resupplied with bots, and every time you realise you're missing something, you could then order that. And yeah, I'm not convinced it would actually be any better, to be honest. And there'd be a lot more sort of upkeep and admin required in order to get it going.
This might be interesting.
Ooh.
Oh, they're coming for him though.
Is there a train due?
I just hope no train comes through now.
No, the train does come.
It's fun when a train comes, but it's not actually a good thing, because the biters will end up eating the train.
Well, if it's coming at speed, then it should flatten them.
It should, and it's never as effective as you expect it to be, though. When in the past, when I've tried to have trains run over biters, they've usually they'll tend to take out a few of them, but they lose a lot of speed for each one they hit. And if you have trains that are running at remotely normal speeds, then it'll only take out a few biters, and then the rest of the biters will be enraged and will eat the train. That's been my experience, anyway.
They've just gone round and then going away from.
Yeah, they're expansion party, not an attack.
Yeah.
They've got a point they're walking towards, and it's just easier to walk down the train line and hope for the best than it is to go all the way around the lake.
There's basically there's basically no pollution outside our walls. I take that back. On the west, there is on the other three sides. On the east side, there is no pollution outside the walls, apart from a teeny weeny bit over here that they aren't going to be able to smell from there.
Yeah, I'll bet you they came from there and are going somewhere like there. And that's just the shortest route.
Yeah.
Which,
turn pollution back off again, because I can't see anything that's going on. That's a lot of bots happening. Oh, they're all just bringing stone bricks out because Mark is having a moment.
I removed all the farms, so now we have to fill that space in.
Ugh. Alright, how are we doing over here? Yeah, one of the things I find with trying to spot things like expansion parties happening is that they're really hard to notice. I had the same problem with looking out for pentapods on the move on Gleba. Throughout most of my single-player run, I wanted to see them attacking the walls to see what it was like, what it looked like, and so on. But I'd only ever get the alert when the attack had basically finished, and maybe they'd done a small amount of damage. And by the time I got over to look at it and see what was going on, they were all gone, and I didn't get to see anything. So yeah, it's a little bit disappointing, but. Yeah, and spotting enemies on the move is a little bit tricky. Right, so this does seem to be working. We've got some Cooper Avidas pouring out here and some pouring out from up here. We've got full green lights all the way along here and down here and up here and down here. So I'd say that is now working. So we've got 12 chemical plants there doing the Cooper Avidas in the first place. Now they could be swapped over with biochambers and we could feed them, but I don't think it's worth it. The stuff is cheap. It's just made out of wood and that does literally grow on trees. So now the next thing is again to come over here and do the same things over here, because you'll notice that we are getting no quality plastic out of here because because we've got speed modules in the beacons. So I can now come back over to here, and now if I copy this from here to here, I can now come over here. I'm going to have a bit of a look at this, but I think this is going to be okay as long as I get it the right way round. So that way round, I should be able to just drop this in here, and you'll notice that all of the we've got some unfortunatenesses are going to happen on the right. Okay, I'm going to go back and take that again without the feed belts, because I'm going to lose these splitters if I do that. So try it again. So from there to there. Right, let's try it again. So come over to this one. It's yes, this way around. So that'll go here. You'll notice there's a lot of blue on the on there, and a lot of the underground pipes are in fact blue. And I think we are putting in some new ones, but I don't think we need to take any out. So if I just do that, it should just work, TM. We'll have a little bit of a bot frenzy while the bots come in and tidy away all the old machines along this row and this row that we don't need anymore. Yes, I could probably have sped it up a little bit if I'd gone through and manually shuffled half of them left or right a little bit until it was in about the right place. But I think it's fine to just go through, rip all of this up and demolish it. Maybe I should put in something to pull out all the dead Cooper Avidas that's going to end up in the logistics system. In fact, that'd be quite a nice thing to include, wouldn't it? But eventually we'll get all of this pulled out. Then another eventually later we'll get all of it put back in again, and then we'll start producing the higher quality plastics, and all will be well. In the meantime, let's come back over here and go, okay, these are the ones that are turning the dead Cooper Avidas into plastic. So I'm going to put in a blue chest here, if I can remember where it is. Here it is. Blue chest goes here, and bulk inserter, and you are to request dead Cooper Avidas. Yeah, 1,000 seems like a good number. And then Mark, if I want to tidy up the dead Cooper Avidas that have ended up in the logistics system, are you happy for me to just put it onto the list of things that are being brought out into all of the green chests?
Yeah, into all of the green chests. I don't understand the question.
Right, so because I've been doing some rebuilding of the plastic being made from Cooper Avidas, a load of Cooper Avidas has been dumped into the logistics system and therefore has gone into the mall storage. It will probably all have died by now, so I think I might as well pull it out in the interest of tidiness. Are you happy with me to do that by putting a request on those and having it shipped out into here? Okay, cool.
Yep. There.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, I know where it is. I just wanted to make sure you were happy for me to put it there rather than
no, that's fine.
you didn't want it to be done differently because
if you want to reuse it and not just destroy it, yeah.
Yeah, I'll feed it back in. It can be made into plastic.
Yep.
So
also, from my ripping up of all the old farms, some of that will have come from there.
Yeah, so there we go. We can now get this. There's some live being fed through as well. I can't tell because there's too many. Yeah, there's live being fed through as well. Oh well, we can just wait for that to die, and then it'll be picked up by the bots and brought over. Okay, that sorts that out then. Or at least it will once the chest gets placed over down here somewhere. Yes, once this gets placed, we can then start pulling it out to over here. That's fine. We're not in a hurry. That can just happen. Oh yes, I need to check if it's going to request. Thank you, Doopy. I shall make sure it's going to check from buffer chests. Buffer chests. There we go. Good shout. Thank you. Yes, Mark does like overworking the bots a little bit, as you've clearly noticed. And yeah, I
mean, we're only using 4,000 bots out of 50,000.
Yeah, okay. I suppose they are only having to work 10% of the time on average. It's more actually. I think it's not so much the bots that are suffering; it's Sophia's computer that's going to be suffering.
Yeah, probably. Also, the amount of bots we have in the outside network was a mistake on the programming of the refill.
Yeah, there aren't actually supposed to be 50,000 of them.
No, this roboport basically had the wrong setting.
I see.
But
yeah, that wasn't me, right? That was you.
No, that was me, I believe.
Okay, good. Yeah, good.
Right, so we've got that one that's the one I fixed manually. This is the one I fixed with magic of copy paste. I feel like I want this to be finished off and then look at it and go, before I then paste it in again. Just because I'm, a little bit paranoid because going in and editing a build like this feels slightly dangerous, I guess. Is it worth pulling the bots back out of the ports and upcycling? That's a good question. What do you get for a better bot? Does it actually, if it actually moves faster, that could be worth it, or if it can move for longer? So a construction robot.
Quality bots is on my roadmap.
More health, more energy capacity, and therefore more minimum operation time and maximum flying reach. Yeah, that could be quite a nice thing to have. Yeah. So some upcycling of bots would be quite nice. There we go. We can see the quality modules going in over here. You can see that machine's not working.
What's the best thing to burn Bite-Regs in?
Probably a heating tower, if you really want to burn them. Yeah.
Somebody pointed out in a comment on a recent video that on Cubium we could have been just dumping all of the excess dreams into a burner inserter, and then we wouldn't have had to worry about getting a feed of water and an output of steam into the boiler. It would just have burnt it up really, really quickly. And it would have been slightly simpler. And that's a good point. I think Bite-Regs probably have a few too many calories for that to work, though. Citation needed. That would be in here, won't it?
Isn't that what we were doing?
No, we're feeding it into a boiler, I think.
Isn't that not what you said?
No, I said a burner inserter.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Bite-Reg.
You'd have to fuel the burner inserter separately.
No, you fuel the burner inserter with with the dreams, feeding them into the side of it.
Run out of fuel, though.
No, you feed them into the side of it with an electric inserter.
Ah, I see.
And then you have it maybe passing something unnecessary around with a looper belt, or you just assume that it's going to burn it all off quickly enough. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the fuel value out of idle curiosity. 6 megajoules. So you actually get a fair amount of fuel out of a Bite-Reg. So it's not going to be particularly practical to. You would need some. It needs to be something that's going to draw that heat out, actually, or a burner tower, which will just always burn things. Yeah. Okay. So this needs to. Actually, this is just full. That's kind of fine. I'm okay with that. Same down here. I think this is a bit faster than the other system was that I had, because whilst it's the same number of chemical plants, they're all affected by a speed beacon. So I could take these 2 speed beacons out and then it'd be the same. But you know what? It kind of doesn't matter. We've got too much cupravidus, but if it decays and goes off, it just comes around here and gets made into plastic anyway. So.
Laurence, when you say burner tower, do you mean heating tower?
Yes, I do. Yes, I misspoke. Okay. Sorry.
No, I'm asking because that's I need to know so I don't.
Yeah. No, it's fair. All right, so I think this should all be okay. What have we got along? Because there was enough. Oh, there's a few rogue inserters along here that are. Well, this one's trying to pass plastic through, but it doesn't have any. Okay, so it's not been quite a perfect paste. So I've probably removed these.
So, genuinely,
it's pretty close.
How do people feel about the idea of having a spaceship to capture carbonic asteroids, process them, and drop the carbon down as a way of carbon production?
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea. My only warning would be that if you're in Norvis orbit, you don't get a huge number of asteroid chunks coming in.
Slow.
Yeah. Yes.
What I have noticed in regards to that is that traveling to Miluna, and when you arrive, there's a lot of stuff. So arrive, stand there for like 90 seconds, and head back to Novice. and then arrive back to Maluna again, and then you'll have a new bunch of asteroids there.
Yeah, if you keep keeping a ship moving, and if you keep it moving in the Norvis sphere of influence, so just going out to Maluna, you don't need to worry about weapons. So yeah, that would work quite well.
Also, when you're doing that, I think we can make calcite now in space, right? So
yes. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, that'd be very good.
If I change it up then to be a generic production ship for making stuff in basically in space. Does that seem fair?
Well, one thing I would point out is that the only place, if you design it to be in Norvis orbit, the only place it's going to be valid is where there aren't any dangerous rocks, which basically means just Norvis orbit. You won't be able, so if you make a generic one,
Norvis Balloon, yeah.
Yeah, if you make a generic one, you're not going to be able to use it anywhere. You're not going to be able to use it anywhere else. Basically, it is going to just be Norvis.
But there's only 4 types of asteroid. What is Factorio Media?
As far as I'm aware of, certainly, yeah. The point being though, if you make one that doesn't have guns on it, you can't leave it in orbit over Gleba, dropping things down that Gleba needs, for example. It would need to have guns and a whole weapon system for that.
Yes. To collect stuff at I suppose you could have it. Okay. There's a few things I'm sort of nominally thinking here. Should we just start with one that can sit in Norvis orbit or go from Norvis to Maluna and back again?
Yeah, I think for what you actually need at the moment, that sounds fine. You were talking about making a generic one, and I was just thinking that you might find that there's no genericity, actually, no valid generic anything. It would never get used again because there's nowhere else where that same ship design would actually be useful. But it could potentially be a module of a larger ship.
Yeah. So here's what I'm thinking then. I'll make it so that it collects all the asteroid types that you can get in basically between Maluna and Norvis. And then it processes the materials from that, and then that's a theoretically it's infinite but not necessarily a fast source of those materials.
Yes.
So it can drop down to Norvis.
Yeah.
Cool, right, I'll crack on. Thank you.
That's basically my entire Norvis supply of calcite in my single player.
I think it probably was for mine as well. I don't remember for certain, but I think it probably was.
Question is is it really needed? Because we have so much calcite on Vulcanus and everything is already set up. Isn't it just easier to just go for just the carbon?
By the time you're setting it up, you might as well do both.
A lot.
Yeah, the additional effort to get the calcite out is going to be pretty minor.
And it's a new and fancy recipe.
Hey Kesor, welcome. Overall scale of the mod pack. Well, that's a good question. We've got 5 people playing. We've been playing for 5 days and 22 hours so far, over about 8 months apparently. And we are this many planets in, out of this many planets. So I would estimate that to be about a third. Maybe a little bit, between a quarter and a third, that sort of number. They may be going to get harder, they might not. I don't really know. So I'm expecting it to be quite a major. I'm expecting it to be a major undertaking, and we do keep adding in more planets because we're greedy and they look interesting and so on. And then there's fun stuff coming out all the time. So it is getting gradually bigger and bigger. As to what there is to look forward to, well, we've got. So far we started off on Lignumis, which is basically burner tech, and you can do all kinds of things on there to get you started. Then Norvis, which is pretty much vanilla. Maluna, which is essentially it's taking the space science and all the asteroid tech onto a moon of its own and then starting to build up from there, and then a few other things as well. Vulcanus, Gleba, and Fulgora are largely vanilla, but with some minor tweaks. Cubium is all about catalysts and weird things. Igris is about gets you diagonal inserters. It's about magic, but making crystals and things out of. There's a magic water that you can pull out of the ground, and that's quite useful for making science better. Corundum is about sulfur processing. Castor is about weird enemies that will pop up and start and with a slightly more active enemy than the biters are. And that's as far as we've got so far. So that's sort of where we are. I can look into that in a little bit more detail if you have specific questions. And Nauvis is currently our largest planet, and we've gone for a city block design here because, well, I've never done a city block before, and Mark wanted to build one, so he has, or he has designed it and got the rest of us to do at least some of the building. Yeah. So. Scale is entirely up to the end player, as Peter says. You as ever with Factorio, you sort of choose how fast you want to do science, and then base it on that. And we're doing 517 science per minute apparently. We could go.
Science is fine at the moment.
Okay, so we should be doing it about twice that, but Tristan's doing a rebuild over here, so we should be doing about 1,000 science per minute, but that's with sort of lots of productivity and mod efficiencies in there, and so on and so on. So, but there are lots of techs that help you make science packs faster, and so it's up to you how fast you want to build and how fast you want to play and so on. So yeah. Yeah, so the mods are very much not guaranteed to be balanced together because they are all each individual planet has been actually no, it's not quite true. There are some people who've made several planets, but basically the planets are all by different authors. They're all their own separate mods, pretty much. There are some compatibility things, like Lignumis makes lots and lots of things need wood, so it comes with some optional mods to allow you to get wood on Fulgora. So if I look over on Fulgora, for example, one of the extra resources we have coming out of here is wooden gears to allow us to make lumber and wood for use on this planet if we need to make belts out here. There's a similar thing on Vulcanus where we have a system to grow wood out of bacteria down here. So there are a few extra bits and pieces scattered around that to let things work together. But largely we've been yes, as Pete says, someone said Pete says we've got a few sort of house rules to make things work better. So for example, Cubium has a system where you can make so over here you can pass cubes through and use them as a catalyst, and we were able to make this cube jelly stuff basically out of nothing. You use one of the cubes up, so you take the energy out of it, but then they can recharge for almost for nothing. And then there is a system somewhere, where is it, that will allow you to hit somewhere around here. Allows you to make iron or copper ore out of jelly. So here we go. Yeah, so we're making the jelly here. Some of it's being passed over this way, and then it can just magically turn into an unlimited free iron and copper. And so we've set a house rule that you're not allowed to do this off this planet because it's too powerful. It's a bit too cheaty. I've heard the same is true of Tiber. You can make anything out of Tiberium, and you can take it off planet. So it's too powerful. It would spoil the balance of other planets to take it over there. That said, there are some things that we've decided we are allowed to do. So for a little while we were on... It was Castra, wasn't it? Was it Castra? Yeah. So on Castra, we've got a couple of different sets of machines over here for making water and sulfur. And some of them are doing a Castra recipe, and some are doing and these ones are doing a Corundum recipe. So you've got the sort of two options. You can do it either way, and we've used a bit of each on this planet and then in an attempt to help keep things balanced. So that's possibly slightly against how things are intended, but I think that's okay. And on Maluna, there is no copper on Maluna. You can't get it. There is no supply of copper. However, you could cheat, and because you can make electrical cable out of aluminium, which we're going to be doing somewhere. Here we go. So here we're making electrical cable out of aluminium. Now we could put that into a recycler and turn it into copper, but that would be clearly cheating against the point of the planet. So we're not. We're leaving that. We're saying that you're not allowed to do that because it's against the spirit of the planet. So if you want copper on here, you have to find some other way of bringing it in. So those sort of things we're adding in a little bit of common sense and our own personal house rules, just to say this will clearly be overpowered and against the spirit of the planet, so we're not going to allow it to be done. Thank you, Nogard, or probably thanks from Mark for I guess. Yeah, the city blocks are pretty awesome. It's working well. Yes, you can do swapping asteroid chunks around. We've got that happening on a number of our ships. So this one here, for example, you can see here the asteroid reprocessing recipes are flickering around a little bit, and so we're basing the. I think the recipes are being set first, and then if there's an actual shortage, then the inserters are being turned on. But basically, yes, these will reorganise asteroid chunks into different types if they're required. Mike may well want to do the same sort of thing. So if he can capture everything and then turn it into carbonic or oxide, depending on what he actually needs.
Yeah,
but I'm
that's
sure
kind of where my mind's going. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, he has already thought of that, but it's a good point. It's worth thinking about. Exactly, Board Easy. The idea is we don't. Yes, if something feels a bit cheaty and a bit too good to be true and a bit unreasonable, then we're not going to do it. That's the idea. Yeah, it probably is a lot like sort of kitchen sink Minecraft experience as well. I would imagine it's the same sort of thing, basically. With these, it's a little bit different from when we played K2SE because that was two mods, one of which was very, very carefully balanced by Irondale, and then the other one was sort of fairly carefully balanced by somebody else to work with the existing space exploration. So yeah, this is a very, very different experience to us from our last big game, but I'd say it's working. We can, because we're sort of playing together and trying to be sensible, then we can come up with our house rules as we decide they're needed.
So, genuinely, I can use space crushers to crush asteroids, and that's got an inherent quality bonus to the crushers.
Yes. So you
How do
could
we
drop...
feel about?
Yep. Quality carbon is a thing.
It is a thing. Do you want it to be? Do you want any of it? Is the question.
That's a smart question. Yep. All right.
Oh dear. I mean,
I'm curious now.
Castra's still getting the beats.
Is there a world where we end up with basically like a quality production casino in space?
Very likely, I would expect.
Likely or unlikely?
Likely. Well,
okay.
To some extent. I mean, it has some advantages.
I would have
incoming
thought the
Spidertrons.
production rate on Vulcanus or something like that with free stuff will always be better than what you can get in space.
I don't really want to say too much about this because
Yeah, sure.
I did things in my single player, so I know what I did, and therefore I don't want to tell you guys. I know what I've done.
And now Mark, who's never seen it before, is going to show him how to do it properly. Okay, so
here comes
that's a
another
yes to quality in space, but we're not sold on the full casino at this stage. Is that right?
No, just don't downbin the quality you get there.
Yep, understood. That's easier to do.
I mean, I think you can and should downbin the calcite because the calcite input is always have a liquid as output, right?
Unless we can find an actual use for quality calcite.
Yeah,
I don't think there's any point in
looking at Factorio calcite.
Basically, are you planning to? Is it planned to be used for anything other than making molten metal? And if it is, then it could be worth downbinning it. Sorry, it could be worth keeping quality stuff. But if it's just going to be quality, what would a quality cliff explosive do? I might have a bigger blast radius, I suppose. Let's see if we can find. I'm going to search for cliff explosives.
I don't know how you know whether it's quality.
It's got a longer range. So if you make a legendary cliff explosive, you can throw it 50% further.
That doesn't sound really valuable.
No. Still, it is nice to know, and I was intrigued to see.
Glass out of it.
So it's considered a weapon then?
Yes, apparently it's considered a weapon, so you get a longer range. Because hang on, no, yeah, it's considered a weapon, not an ammunition. Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm fairly confident in the future, Quagor, that we're going to see there are going to be people who've done what we've done with Planetary Pioneers, but done it properly, or to a sort of a more thoroughly, perhaps I should say, and we'll be making and we'll be building the what am I trying to say? and we'll build in a bit more, and we'll do a bit more of the balancing. So they'll come along and they'll make a Planetary Pioneers equivalent mod pack that is more balanced and has some of these sort of issues with the planets ironed out, I suspect. For the time being, it's little things like people are going, okay, I've made Lignumis. Oh no, now all of the other planets need to have some way of getting wood so you can make belts on them. I better go in and produce some little tweak mods for that. Or that sort of thing, rather than people going, well, okay, this planet makes sulfur in a slightly different way. You can do these recipes. There should be one overriding recipe that works on both of the planets, and therefore we rebalance, yada yada yada. That sort of thing hasn't really been done as far as I'm aware, but I strongly suspect that in the future that will happen. That will be the sort of thing that people will build up, and then and some people will pick out some of their favourite 20 planets or something like that, and then go through and tweak them a little bit so they work a bit better together. And I'm sure with enough thinking we could do something like that ourselves, or at least come up with the ideas for something like that ourselves. But because we don't want to go through, and we haven't already played it, and we don't want to have played it when we're playing it, because then it's be spoiled and we want to see it for the first time. So there isn't really any realistic way of us doing that unless we had another team of people who would go through and then do all of that for us, which is not particularly realistic for the size of this channel.
So how we look through the short version is that whilst there are solids that are made with calcite that we might be interested in, either they're a bit too convoluted to make in space, or we haven't unlocked them yet.
Right, okay. So it's a thing we might want to consider in the future. At the moment, we're just chucking calcite into into smelters and foundries. There we go, into foundries.
Yeah.
The other game I'm playing at the moment, and then using that to make liquids. And liquids can't have quality, so yeah, there's no point at the moment in saying quality calcite. Okay, good. Glad we found an answer there. Yeah, we've got a few quality of life mods that may or may not be take the some of the other stuff we're doing into account, but never mind. It doesn't feel too broken. There are a few things that I've commented on. There was one of the videos I made at the end of Series 2. We had a couple where we looked back at the mods, the bits with the planets we've been to so far, and talked about some of the issues, the things that were overpowered, things that were underpowered, and so on. And what works or didn't work quite as we'd like it to. So if you want to see a slightly more detailed and coherent thoughts on those sort of topics, yeah, I'd say check out those two videos. But after the stream, of course, you want to stay here for the rest of the stream. I hope.
Sorry, coherent?
Well, you guys approved them, so if they're not, then they were your thoughts as well. So yeah, we're probably doomed.
I like the way that you've inadvertently given chat the idea that you do what we say behind the scenes.
Well, I take it. I read your comments anyway.
This is true. Can confirm.
Oh, I thought you were saying we're a ship of fools, but that fits too. But okay, so there are other. Yeah, that's the sort of thing I'm thinking of. So Corundum and Castor were both very, very sulfur heavy. So yes, if we find another planet that involves gold, then maybe it and or Lignumis could have some sort of shared tech. Or what we might, if we found another planet that had a really also had a good supply of gold, then we might decide it was worth making the steam science over there. Do I mean steam science? Yeah, I do mean steam science. And then shipping that over in the same spaceship, or we might go the other way around and reckon that it's worth building whatever that planet's science pack is on Lignumis if the resources are there. So yeah, there's a lot of potential for things to interact in slightly unexpected ways, and I think that's quite nice. And it means when we spot one of those things, we then have to think about it a little bit and try and decide whether what we're doing is overpowered and unreasonable, or whether it's just quite a nice way of doing it. I'm just sitting here watching the bot fireworks at the moment. Yes, we just play we basically play once a week. I also do video making for the videos, funnily enough. So that'll involve me playing a bit, but I don't save any progress. So I'll go in and I'll open up the latest save, I'll make some videos about it, and then I'll close it without saving over the previous one. And some of the other people have been known to go in and do a little bit of messing around with things between streams as well. Whether that's going out and looking at builds and looking for problems and to make notes for things that need to be done next time, or even perhaps going in and making a blueprint. So at the start of the stream, they can just drop that in across a large area and fix some problem or another. I sort of try to discourage too much playing between the streams, but I think going in and looking for problems is a little bit less, is a bit more reasonable thing to do.
Yesterday evening, I don't know, spent like 1.5 hours going through all the city blocks and looking at the recipes and making a backlog of all the things we could do on Norvis to improve stuff. And I think I ended with like 30 or 40 things to do on Norvis, just to have it in the backlog.
Yeah, so it is in a way it's a good thing, I think, because it means we're not on the stream then going what are we going to do next. We will generally have some things to do. Like I started up this one. I started up streaming this week, and I immediately said, right, I need to go in and fix the plastic because I put those speed beacons in there. That's going to break everything. Because somebody commented on that in a comment on in the stream VOD. So that was good. It was good. It was a thing I was aware of, and I went in and immediately started on it. But basically, we don't make progress between streams. Right. I think I've got the plastic up and running. What's the next job, Mark?
Give me a second.
And were there any other notes that I made? Because that might be something I'd want to prioritise. That's big long list of stuff. Yeah, okay. So I think I fixed the one thing that I remember. I made a note about myself. As far as I'm aware, Gleber is gleebing away merrily. I don't think there's anything I need to fix there because I fixed it last time. The carbon fibre isn't running at the moment and has a lot of spoilage, but that's normal for when it's not needed, and we've got enough in the box down here, so that's probably
I have
okay.
a thing on Gleber to do, but I'm not critical at the moment. Or a lot of things on Norvis.
I'll stick with Norvis since I'm over there, and then I can run in and beat my head against it manually if necessary.
I think a quite interesting build, at least from I would like to build it, so would be to redesign the refinery with biochambers and feeding nutrients from wood.
Right, so we've got the refinery system up here that is bringing in the crude oil and turning it into a very familiar recipe here, turning it into heavy, light and petroleum gas. And we've realised that you can also do this recipe. Please hold. You can also crack crude oil into oh, no you can't. I was under the impression it was one of the biochamber recipes. So let's find an area out here outside the Roboport network and put down a biochamber and see what the recipe looks like. Because these things, the biochambers have a plus 50% productivity. So it'd be nice to do our oil processing in those if we can. It's the oil cracking, not the crude to other things. Right, okay. That's fine. So yeah, we use the normal refineries to turn the crude into heavy, light and petroleum gas. And then we can use the biochambers to then do the next stage of processing. So if I go back to that refinery, there it is. Yes, it's these bits down here. These machines could all be biochambers instead, and that would mean that then we get significantly more oil out on the output, especially petroleum gas, because that then would potentially go through two individual steps in order to go from heavy to light and then light to petroleum gas. That does mean, though, that we would then need to feed in a quantity of nutrients because biochambers need to be kept fed. Good point. It doesn't have the 3 output. Yeah, fair enough. It wouldn't. They would need to be fed. However, we've discovered that if you feed in, we've discovered that you can turn wood into nutrients, and we have a lot of wood on this planet. Mark's been going around setting up these huge wood production areas, and so wood is producing all of our plastic at the moment in the blocks that we've just been looking at, and also we can turn that into nutrients in order to keep these things fed. The slightly tricky part of that is that over here we've kind of we've used up all of our stations. So we've got the crude oil being brought in the top, light and petroleum over here, and then heavy and lube over here. And that's the 4 stations on the block.
We have some stations that are material and liquid mixed somewhere. I don't know who designed it.
Right, okay. Yeah, I was thinking that would probably be the way to do it. Well, if I set up the drop-off station to bring in the crude oil and the wood, then... Yeah.
I
have made one, but I don't have a blueprint for it. I just made it.
Okay, I'll probably do the same then. So yeah, I can put in. I could move this rail, but I don't think that's allowed. So I think I just have to reduce the number of not reduce the number of tanks here, but spread the tanks out a bit. So I then have what does a wagon look like? Yeah, okay. So there's room for unloading in here. And if I shuffle the tanks around a bit, I'd still be able to have 2 pumps on each wagon, and then 4 inserters unloading from each one, and then the tanks could just go straight into pipes. It will take it away to wherever it's needed. Yeah, okay, that sounds interesting. Let's have a play with that. So I'm going to take a copy of this. I'm going to do this in the blueprint editor because I don't want to play with it in live because that's just going to. I'm going to break stuff, and I could start making it in another city block over here, for example. But again, I don't really want to do that because the bots are quite slow. Because we're a long way from the mall over here. Oh, okay, I could do it over here somewhere else. But anyway, I'm going to do it in the blueprint editor because that seems like the sensible and safe way to do it.
There are some city blocks I blocked. So there is a.
Oh, is that what the no entry things on them are? Okay.
Yeah, no entry.
When I looked at those, I assumed that was. That meant it just hadn't been used for anything yet. But if that's do not use, then I'll bear that in mind. Okay. Right. So take that blueprint editor. Bop. Put it up here. Right. The rest of this, I think I'm now done with. Yes, we don't need that. I've got a working version of that. What do you? Yeah. Same with this. This is a finished system, so I don't need that anymore. This is the same one. This is also the plastic production through Cuprevidus. This is. I don't even know what you're doing. Oh, this was the module production, I think. Yeah, this was the original module production system before I went in and upgraded it. So we'll get rid of that. And what was the other one over here? This is making... Oh, a grey science. This is very old. This was the first generation of grey science production on the city block before I came in and replaced everything with forges. So let's get rid of that as well. Right. You... So first question. Oh, actually, this is still running on on standard chemical plants. So that's running at a speed of it's got a productivity of 18% because of the overclock modules, but its speed is 1, and the speed of a biochamber is where is the biochamber? There it is. Speed of a biochamber. Speed of 1,000 gazelles. Speed of 1 biochamber. Speed of 2. Okay, so that's actually the same as a. As the advanced chemical plant, but it has the productivity bonus of 50%. So we definitely want to be using the biochamber because it's better, straight up 50%, and it has 4 module slots as opposed to the 3 here. So we're going to get even better. Okay, that's quite cool. But the reason I looked there is if it's twice the speed, then I only need half the number of the chemical labs across here, and so I can strip out quite a bit of this stuff. And that'll give me a bit of extra space to take up over here, where I can then start making the nutrients out of wood. So that's going to be good. So first things first, let's get out a biochamber, stick it down there just so it's easy to copy and paste. Right, we'll say, I want you to do that recipe. And yeah, all of the inputs and outputs line up perfectly. So I can just take this and drop it in over the top of these. So I can put you in there, and I want to fill you up with purples like that. This is going to take up a lot of nutrients. Oh yeah, the other funny thing about these guys is, yes, they require nutrients, but they use nutrients instead of fuel, essentially. Instead of power. So if you go in and put a load of overclock modules into one of these machines, then it'll take more nutrients. So that's something to be aware of. But we'll see how we go. So I'm going to put you in there. We do want to have these ludicrously high levels of productivity on now, these machines. So that's sort of the point of them. Okay, so how many of them have I got in one of these? One of these rows is 26. So I'm going to want 13 to keep the numbers the same. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I wasn't sure if it was lining up. 12. 14. So then I can get rid of here onwards, like that. Boink. We don't need any of those machines. Then the same down here. So do that again. In fact, just select more probably. Which way around do you? Yes, water first. So put that in there. I want this to line up. This just looks wrong. So I'm going to get rid of this one on the end here. And its bits of pipe like that. Because it just doesn't look right having it offset like that. So we'll take this guy as well. In fact, we'll copy this guy as well, rather. Flip him over. Put him in horizontal as well. Like that. There we go. And then I can remove all of these ones. Zorp. Pop. Like that. So that should now be 13 across. Yeah, 13, 26. Lovely. So that's good. I am going to need to worry about feeding these, though. That's going to be the tricky part of this. Now, the top ones are easy enough. The question is, we've got all these speed beacons along the bottom. So what do I do here? Do I... Maybe I don't want to... Maybe I want to have these over here. I think I probably do, actually. So let's get rid of this top row. And instead, we'll have another copy of this. All of that goes there. Right, so that's actually only 25 because I had an overlap, but it's probably going to be fast enough, especially with the extra boost it's going to get to from productivity. So we'll have loads of stuff coming out of this, and now that means I've got absolutely nowhere to put any of the inserters. Okay, so I don't want, because of the range of a beacon is actually that's a 2 square overlap, isn't it? So if I move this up one. Actually, if I move it up one, it'll still be all right. So I could run the... there's so much piping along here. Now, it doesn't all have to be there. I could remove all of... No, let's do a little bit... Let's be a little bit neater. Let's remove these excess pipes across the top here. And then I can put long inserters in instead of those. And then I can just run a belt of nutrients along the top here. I think that's going to be nicer. And it keeps all of this nice and condensed on the inside down here. And also, there wouldn't be room to put another one in there. And along the bottom here, there's loads of room. So we'll do that. So I can remove these bits all the way along here. I'm doing things manually again. I shouldn't do that. I should know better. I should set up a little bit of it and then go in and set it up and then set the whole and then copy paste for the rest of it. So we'll have inserters like that. They'll need to have power. That's not a problem. We can put in a belt there, pylon there. Then we have a belt here that's going to bring in the nutrients. The nutrients are presumably going to be made... Also, we're going to want to make those in one of these guys. And so we're going to be doing the nutrients from wood. That's this recipe. Now, this is a one of those things where you have a sort of a loop in the thing, in that you need to take the you need nutrients to make nutrients, but it's still faster than starting from scratch. So I'll move you over to here somewhere. We're going to be bringing in a supply of wood. Oh, we need to pulp the wood first. Okay, fine. Can we do that in one of these things? Doesn't look like it. So we're going to need a supply of... I wish I hadn't got rid of the other blueprint now. That's fine. I can go out and find it in the real world. So down here, yes, here we go. Here we have a wood pulpometron. And presumably this is the best machine we can make. We can do wood pulping in. Let's check that though, just for sanity's sake. Pulp. Not that pulp. This pulp. Alternative recipe. So we're making it from wood. We should do a steam assembly machine or a normal assembly machine. Or we can get it out of a box, or we can get it... Yeah. Okay, so it's just straight up in an assembly machine. This is the way. Castor is still losing turrets. Okay, somebody's sending in the Spidertrons to make things worse. I mean, to take out the tanks and any random bits of wall in the vicinity as well.
I blame someone for breaking this belt here, this pipe here.
Oh. I want to say it wasn't me. I have to admit, I'm not certain, but I'm going to say it wasn't me anyway.
There's not going to be any evidence either way, because I've just ghosted those back in, because we're just backed up on crude oil.
We haven't been shooting anything over here.
Wasn't but we're not producing any belts because of that missing pipe.
Right, so we'll need this first.
Did you just put it in, or what happened?
The ghost there, yes.
Put them back over there.
Tristan?
this then.
This belt was rotated wrong. It fed onto the other one. I rotated it just.
Cool. Yep, that's fine. Yeah.
That goes there.
It'll have been part of the build
Takes
process and draining stuff or something.
Yep.
All right, so steam
Just
comes in
wanted to
here.
let you know for the other build.
That's a good point. Yeah. It's correct on the other. Oh, there's a chunk that's wrong because it's mostly correct in the other build.
Nah. Nope. Put that back. Right. This pipe goes over to here, joins on there. So there's my steam coming in. I would also like to take steam down to here, which we'll do with the magic of underground pipe. Boop, ba-dum, bump. Actually, let's put that slightly more central, just for sake of aesthetics. There we go. Right, so there we go. We're making some wood pulp here. I'll look at the numbers in a moment. I might need to shuffle some stuff around, but that's going to be making my wood pulp, and we then can turn it into nutrients. So I will take, yes, you again. You come back over here. We're going to need a supply of wood coming in. I'm going to need a splitter for that as well. So we'll split that. La 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 la. Like that. Pops up again over here. You can move up one. You can move up one. Right. So we're going to need an assembler in there first, but we'll put that along there like that. Put one of these here, and we'd like you to also make the nutrients out of wood pulp. I hope that doesn't require a... Can I... Where do you live in the recipe things? In here. Oh, I really hope this doesn't need something else to bootstrap it. Oh, it can be done in a chemical plant. Okay, right. So you're not that. You're not one of those. You are a chemical plant. Fine. I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I was really worried then that we're going to find out that you couldn't make you could only make nutrients from wood pulp in a biochamber. So you do that.
Tristan, can I borrow you in the side channel?
And that goes across there. Might need two of these. I don't know. We'll worry about numbers later. It is probably fine. So those are doing that. Then over here we'll output. No, out, in. So they'll keep themselves fed, but they can be bootstrapped by this one. And I'm going to have a trigger on this one to tell this to only run when there's nothing. Tell this one to only run when there's a shortage in these two, so it can bootstrap itself. Then this runs all the way over here, back along here. I guess this is going to be quite a long belt run, but never mind. Around the end of here, down here. Oh, actually, no, it doesn't need to go all the way across. Then come through the middle of here like that, and then this we'll have inputs. You can't go there. That isn't going to work. Inputs like this, and so on all the way across, but also power. I think I might just get rid of all of these and put the power in with the substations because it's easier. Although we're still going to need power through little one through the middle here because there's room for substations here, unless I shuffle all that up, and I don't really want to. Okay, so that's going to allow me to feed nutrients into all of these machines. These I'm only going to need half as many of, but I might just leave them all in just for the sake of neatness, because then we've got all the lines line up and it looks deliberate and so on, and I quite like that. So remove that bit. Can I remove this and have it still reach? No. Very, very nearly, but not quite. Get rid of all of that. Okay, and then once again I need to come through here and replace that with that. Copy, paste. Oh no, it was the right way around. And it's actually it's mirrored correctly as well. Awesome. Then we would like to have some of these in here as well. Come on. There we go. Right. So now I can copy that, flip it horizontally, put it there. I'm hoping this is right. Hoping this is the water line. It does seem to be. Yeah, that's a going into the tank. So that must be a heavy oil. Good, that's correct. And yeah, over here it all matches up. So copy those two. Angry Ghost, Angry Ghost. Copy all of those. And I suppose I don't need to. Oh, well, I'm going to be coming back and doing copy pastes of more stuff in the not too distant future. But never mind. It's nice to get the right machines in the right places. So we've got food going in there. Got food being made up here. I don't know about the rates yet. We'll worry about that in a moment. But I think this is generally reasonably good. And with these machines being a significant chunk faster than the chemical plants we were using before, it all just fits. Okay, so that's all of this stage probably working. Oh, I need to finish off the inserters actually. So let's put that one in there, and then if I copy, get rid of that. Copy this chunk this time. Now can I just sort of do that and get all? Yeah, that's getting all of my inserters. Let's do a bit more. Copy 4 at a time rather than 2 at a time. Everything will go a little bit quicker until I get to the end and go, wait, it's meant to be 13. Why is it 13? That is a silly number. Where have I got to? Saving. There, and there. I'm kind of tempted to just trim the end machine off for the sake of even numbers, like that, and then bring this belt down here. Okay, so that's all plumbed in now. We've got the inserters feeding the machines. We've got the various different types of oil probably coming in. I don't know what that pipe's for, so I'll delete it. So we've got petroleum gas here that is coming. That's being fed out over this way to go into a. Well, it would be being fed out over this way if the pipe was long enough to go up and into the station. That's fine. That's not doing anything because I've removed that bit. Delete that pipe. There we go. Then down here we've got. This is presumably water. This is the water feed inwards. Okay, so again we need to extend that to there and there. I'll need to make sure this is plumbed into water, but that's okay. If I drop it in over the existing blueprint, then it'll be plumbed into the water anyway, because the water is just there already. Over at the other end, right, we've got these tanks that are doing the stockpiling. Now there's supposed to be some cabling being fed into all of the machines here, and I've lost that in the process of what I've been doing. So I'll have to go and have a look at that. Dealing with biochamber nutrients isn't worth it, you'd say. You save oil, but already with lignosus plastic. Yeah, we do. We are saving a lot of oil, but Mark has asked me to do it, so it's not up to me. And no, I think it'd be interesting to have to play with, even if it's not necessarily worth it. It's fun to go in and do the design work, and it keeps me out of trouble for a little while as well, which is always a bonus. Right, so down here we've got a green cable going from here to then going along to all of these machines, and from here along to all of these machines. And then they're set up to only run when there's more than 10,000. Only run when there's more than 10,000. Fine. So if I run my cable from here to all of these. Oh, the setting's already there. Awesome. That's good news. Boing, 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 boing. So this ensures we never run out of of the fluids we're trying to process, which is nice. And just what we need, and then we can. Yeah, run the system for as long as we need to, and we'll always have a sensible balance of all the different types of fluids, and everything should just work well. And now down here there is some utter nonsense happening. I think that's meant to be there and there. That's fine. We can sort that one out. So that's my light oil being brought down into the light oil station down here. Cool. Over here the petroleum gas is taken away as we discussed, and then yes, being pumped into the station up here. The heavy oil is linked in here, yes, like that, good. Light oil is linked into there, and heavy oil output, light oil comes up to, yep, that all seems to be fine. The heavy oil is then, all of that should still be linked up over here, because I've not touched any of this. This should all be absolutely fine. Yeah, the need pizza icon has gone away. I think it's because the machines are disabled. Yeah, the machines are turned off, so they don't actually need pizza at the moment, I think. That's my sort of assumption of how the logic is working, but I wouldn't like to say for sure. Put these along here. And along here as well. Meh. There we go. Okay, let's link you to... Do you want to link to the one next to you? Come on. Play nicely. Right, there we go. Now they're linked. Okay, so that's all going to work. The it's going to need, obviously it's going to need power, but it's all plugged in everywhere. That'll get sorted when I drop it in. The part I haven't touched yet is up here where we need a supply of wood to be coming in. It's rather tight. I could get a pipe belt through here with a little bit of underground shenaniganery, but I'd like an end round in there. I could get one through under here. I might come down this side anyway. So up here, this is the tricky part, because basically what I need to do here is have that going into some chests along here, like this, and then link all those together and up to the station and request that wood be brought. Would be good. But the tricky part of this is that I also need to have the oil coming in this way, and we also need to measure how much oil we've got with all these tanks. I think for now I'm just going to get rid of the tanks. We've got 16 of them, so I want to put 16 back in later, but later. So then down here we do that. Actually, no, we want to use stack inserters for this, just because you might as well get as much on the as much capacity coming through here as you can. Then we need to have belts like this because they need to put down onto something, and they put onto the right side of the belt, so now that should go that way.
Quick question for chat, especially the guy who suggested the light base platform things. I don't see a way to upgrade from the standard one to the light one.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, so
that means you've got to build the ship from scratch.
Yeah, build the ship from scratch, yeah.
And then paste. I mean,
yeah.
That kind of works.
You could take a blueprint, make a copy, in the one screw everything but the tiles, and use that to get an outline. It's janky, but
yeah.
doable.
But with a fully primed ship with, like all the cargo I have on there.
Yeah.
Could you? I take I assume you've tried the upgrade planner. That doesn't work.
Yes.
Could you? What if you just take the take a brush of it and just stamp it over? That still doesn't work either. Oh.
No.
Yeah, that's annoying. Why are you in a different place?
Especially because the wood production has to be primed with the fertilizer.
Oh, there's one there.
What's this chunk here? I do not recognise it.
Copper.
Copper?
I think it's a metallic thing.
It must be metallic, yeah. You're right, it's the wrong colour. It should be sort of blue and red, not... It does look like copper.
It's just floated through a couple of...
They don't have power.
They're not
Astro
interested.
collectors without being picked up.
They don't have power.
It's because I've stripped out so much stuff just temporarily.
Alright, well, that's here. Right, so that's gonna work. That's fine for the oil, pulling the oil out, and we're getting the the wood out, and then combining it down nicely. Each individual station is combining down nicely there. But linking those together is going to be a bit tricky. I don't really want to move all of this down one. I mean, I could move all of the liquid stuff down one square if I absolutely had to. But I really don't want to, because that would mean all of this would have to be rebuilt when I paste it in the new place. Tile upgrade planner mod can upgrade the ship, apparently, according to Quagor.
Ah, yeah, we have that. Thanks a lot.
Why not unload onto a belt and then put the chests away from the station? Because we want the train to be able to unload quickly, so hence dumping straight into chests. And I suppose I could have one belt coming from each wagon. I don't like that idea, though. Ooh, what if I move that from here to here? Then I won't be able to get the wood onto it. Never mind. I could move... Oh, I could move these down. Yeah. There we go. That's it. No, it's not. No, I can't. There's pipes in the way. I can move some of them down. Doesn't really help, though, because this one is still in the way. And this one will be in the way.
Yep, I can confirm the tile upgrinder works.
Right, and this is a crude oil input, so I can just link that up.
Thank you,
there,
Chad.
and then put in that, like that. There we go. Okay, so that part is okay. The rest of it, grumble. I could take two out each way. I could have this one come up here and go underneath all of this and under here, and I could have this one go under here. That was really slow, and then do the same on the opposite side. But then I'd have two belts of wood, and I could then combine them down here. Do we like ridiculous spaghetti? Because that is quite ridiculous. Yeah. So this one could come out of here like that. And this one could come out here like that. This is really, really slow. I could go there, and then, and that's the first two belts handled. I can't do that again. And I could merge these two over here, maybe. I've got a lot more pipe here than I need. That doesn't need to be a double like that, nor does that, nor does that. And that gives me a little bit more room to play with here. Ooh, this might have potential.
I'm at the risk of like massively overdoing the ship.
Yes, you are. We'll looked at it.
Well, because I was like, oh, sand, that's a byproduct. Oh, I could use glass. Shall I just, rather than chuck the sand over the side, shall I just drop some glass down as well? But
No.
I'm now thinking that's probably overkill.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I'll just chuck the sand off the side.
So there's that. Then we have this, but then this comes across the bottom. That won't help. Oh no, move that up. There we go. That makes more sense. Put that there, and then this underground goes from there to there, and then we can have this come. Because if I can make a thing that works for one and then can be copy pasted, then it's much. Then I can just have it going all the way across. There we go. This is going to work. So remove that. Remove this bit down here, and then copy. Oh wait, I need another one of these here. Then copy that to there and there and stop it. Give me control of my computer back. There we go. That. Right, where was I? Up here. Get rid of that. And that pipe can do something. Haven't decided what yet. Oh, it can come around like that. And this can go underneath there like that. There we go. Right, so there we go. Now we've got... Oh, no, it's not evenly balanced, though. So we've got two here that are going to be balanced. And then we've got two here that are going to be balanced against themselves. So that isn't going to work. Okay, more spaghetti time. So I can have that go from there to there to there. And then balance these two. Come on. Right. That comes down in there, in there. Right. Oh, yeah, I need to link this in. This is a bit nonsense and a bit tangled, but there we go. So we've got, don't need this bit over here. We've got this belt. These two chests have been put onto one belt, these two have been put onto another, then those two belts coming out are being combined here. Then all of this and all of this are being combined here. This one and this one are being, you can just be like that. And then this one and this one are being combined here. Then these two and these two are being combined here. So this is now going to be balanced, pulling in a balanced way off all of the belts. Right, phew, glad I got that sorted. So now I can come down here, bring that in like that, and up there, and up there, and across there. Right, so that's going to be there we go, that's the wood coming out and being brought down to here. So the step I've now missed out is sufficient storage space for the oil. That's okay, we'll put that in across here. That's being taken out, okay, out to other areas. Fine. So now I can come in and I can put in those tanks. There were 16 of them before. So 1, 2, there's room for another set underneath. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1. Let's go in there. Right, and then I need to link them up with a green cable. Like this. And then to, well, we'll go along the pylon, so there, and then to all of the boxes. Click, right. Right, so that's now linked into the green network along here. And then in this one, we then need to put in a quantity of wood. What's a good quantity of wood to be calling for on the LTN network?
32,000.
Okay. What does wood stack up to? Wood stacks up to 100. So 4,800 in each chest. I've got 16 chests. For 16, 30, 64, yeah, that'll fit. Okay, thank you.
I mean, you could look at your plastic setup.
I could. I thought I'd see if anyone
48.
came up with a confident number. Well, 32 will be fine. Okay, I think that's good. Do you want me to drop this in over the top of the existing build? Because I've sort of designed it in such a way that it can be done relatively easily.
Yes, first I thought the refineries itself would have been replaced as well, but since
I was hoping so as well, but no.
Yeah, you can
Sadly
just replace that. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So that's linked into. Is this linked into the actual water supply? It is not yet. Are you the water supply? No. This one is water. Here. We need to go to over there. Okay. Realise I forgot a bit. So that comes over to. Oh, how am I going to get that? How am I going to feed that into here? That's annoying. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to flip this over. Going to remove that. Turn it over like that, because it's still going to be wood coming along on top of there. And then it's just a case of bringing that from there to there, and then running a pipe like that, and that's much easier. And if this needs to be extended, I can copy it in across here. If this one needs to be extended, I can copy it across here. If this needs to be extended, it's going to be a bit fiddlier, but I can move all of this across and expand it. Let's rate calculator this. It won't do me any good, I don't think, because I'm not going to know how much nutrients I'm going to make, but we can have some, I don't think. So we're making 2,100 nutrients per minute, but I don't know what we're using. There's the fuel concerns there, so I don't know. We'll just have to see how that goes. Right, let's drop this in and see what happens. Actually, let's go back out to the refinery first, and can we drain all this oil off somewhere? There's not too much in there at the moment, actually. Can I disable the station? Yes, if I unplug this green cable, then the station will just stop stationing.
You could just turn off the console combinator.
That's true. Right, do that. Okay, so there's not a great deal of crude oil in here. If I do this a bit at a time, so if I go back in here, if I take these first, I can put a pump in there temporarily to slurp all of the oil out of the existing pump thingies in tanks into these ones. So I'll take that little bit, and I've got the corner pipe there to give me a marker to start with. If I put that there, and then put in a pump, there, then in 10 minutes when the bots come over, we can then start pulling all of the oil out. No, I've lost it. There it is. We can start pulling all of the oil out of these tanks, and I won't waste a drop, which is nice, because oil is not that expensive. We've probably got a decent amount of it, and there's only like 16,000 in there. No, it's 2,500 in each one of 16. Okay, there's about 35,000 in there, actually. That's a fair amount of oil. So I'm going to be careful not to waste it. Hence, putting in these tanks first, fill them up, and then I can drop the rest of it in over the top, and it'll just rebuild over the top of everything else. There's probably going to be some machines left in the way down here, so there'll be a little bit of tidying up to do. In fact, I might demolish all of these first. Yeah, let's demolish all of this. Like that. Just to make sure I don't end up with any weird... I said the pipes are all in exactly the same places, so it's probably going to be fine. Apart from the top row and any over to the side of it. I think it's okay. We'll have to rip most of that up anyway. And the only stuff we're not going to be ripping up is pipes, which is quick and easy. So I'm not too worried about. Well, they tried to be thorough. Okay, we've got some tanks in now, but we haven't got the pump yet. The pump is going to be obviously going to be the last thing to arrive because it's the last thing I ordered. But that's okay. We'll get that eventually. There it is. There's the pump. So that'll pull the oil out of here. Once this gets down to 0, we can then come back over to here. And I would like to take this. Is that me setting the alarm off? No, recycler is broken, Sophia. He's in a different chat, isn't he? Yes, he is.
He is, yeah.
Oh, well, he'll probably hear it himself. More than halfway. 1,100. 1,000. Oh yeah, rate calculator does need powered beacon. That's a good point. But more to the point, the rate calculator doesn't seem to entirely understand biochambers and feeding them. So that's more of a problem, because that was the part I was actually trying to tell about. So, 350. 300. It'll get there sooner or later. Yeah, alright, let's have a look at it. Let's see how much... Out of curiosity, while we're waiting, how much wood are we calling for over here? We're calling for 48,000. Okay. So I can nudge that up later if I want to anyway. 130. I feel like that's slowed down a lot. Yeah, it's definitely slowing down, and we'll maybe eventually get there. I think I can cope with dumping out 40 or 50 oil worth from there. Right, so now I can put this in here. Angry Ghost. And there's lots and lots of blue, which is quite nice, as you can see. So drop that in there. Boom. Now I have all this bit down here. All the beacons are absolutely fine, so yeah, we can get rid of that beacon as well. Yeah, I think this should be okay. I will keep an eye... Why is there a random pipe of water there? Right, okay, so yeah, there is a little bit of tidying up needed, but that's okay. And then over on the other end, most of this has been got rid of. That all seems to be okay. I am cautiously optimistic. Do we not have another... No, we don't have another roboport inside that's... No, we don't have a roboport inside that's quite got the coverage area we need. So let's put you there. That's linked around the top, so that should fill up with steam once the wood arrives. That's linked through there, so... Yeah, oh, I should put modules in here of some sort, probably the purple ones. Let's put some overclock modules in those two. Won't bother with this one, because this is just there to kickstart things. So that should be fine. Right, okay, that's going to take a little while. And we've got most of the stuff probably is on its way over now, so it shouldn't take too long to finish off. I'm a little bit closer this time than I was with some of these builds over here, so it's going to be a little bit quicker for the bots to get over. Although they are still going to be stopping for charging on the way by the looks of it. But never mind, what can you do? Do you have those blocks earmarked for anything in particular, Mark, or is it just sort of, these are fairly close to the mall, so I'd like them to stay unused?
No, this will be the mall, the new mall and robo launch site.
Oh, I see. Blimey, that's
so
ambitious.
Yeah. Yep, and it's the center of the map, basically. The 0 point is here.
Okay.
So yeah, I was thinking about, so we wanted to have more quality things in the mall, and you know, we have these temporary recycling things.
Quality churners here, which are a bit...
Yeah. And so I think with all the recycling stuff, we will need more space. So that's why I reserved the center parts and then the next row around that for expansion purposes.
Yeah, we'll need to try have a bit of a think about how much stuff we reckon it's worth trying to build up at higher quality, I guess.
Yeah. And I mean, we are currently doing the circuits in all quality levels.
So, yeah, of course we are. Yes. So I see.
I recently jumped back. Do you wanna say that again, Mark? So you're blocking off something for a new mall?
Yes, basically all these symbols, so the blocks with these symbols here are reserved. So this part here is the center of the map, and I want to have the new mall around that. I reckon we have to do like that's one of the bigger projects on Norvis, and we have to think about that is to how to incorporate the quality for the mall, and with the recycling and stuff, I think we need a lot more space. So that's why we have reserved the center force and then some around that for expansion purposes.
Fair, yeah. Sounds reasonable.
Yep.
We don't have any biochambers on this planet, or at least we don't have any biochambers being shipped out. Let's go and request them from the. There's a train. Actually, stuff is happening. The trains are not stationary. Okay, it's probably all right. There's just too much stuff trying to be dropped off in the mall at once. That's
I'm deleting all the old circuit production systems. So the trains are. I could do it with bots, you know, but
no, I think trains is probably the right way to do it. I'm okay with that. I was just sort of going in and looking and seeing what on earth was happening. Right, there we go. So we'll ask for some biochambers. Do we have biochambers on this planet yet?
Mark, did you turn one of the science areas back on?
Yes.
Okay, I was actively not wasting science with lower productivity.
Yeah.
So over here, I need to also add in. It's controlled by circuit network. I need to add in is it you? Yes, Norvis requests. Here we go. Need to put in the biochambers. Not one of those. No, let's have. Start with 200. Then we go to Gleber exports. We go. Are you carrying biochambers? You are not. Okay, so I guess we need to start requesting biochambers. I assume Gleber exports is the correct ship to export biochambers from Gleber.
Yes.
Okay. You'll notice from the way I phrased it that I thought the answer was obvious, but I just wanted to check in case there's something weird going on.
I would have expected it to already export it, so definitely yes.
Apparently not. Which way is it going at the moment? It is on its way to Gleber. Okay, well that's good. Thank you, Leon. Much appreciated. You might be right, regular. Actually, let's go and have a look at the. Go back. There we go. Map. Right. Yeah. You're right. The dead Cooper Evitas don't seem to be leaving the mall area. I think you're right. There are, unless they've all just been pulled out already, and so we aren't seeing them. You know what? Let's have a. I'm not going to find them just by staring blearily at it. So go over here. Yes, you're quite right. There is 47,000 dead Cupravitus nicatos over here. So if we look over here, we'll see that these boxes are requesting 62 of them, and they are not being brought over. And there are some flat bots here as well. Curiouser and curiouser. And I'm sort of looking over here vaguely to see if I can spot them. I don't know what good that will do. There's a lot of boxes of coal over here. Yeah, so why is that? So I've set up a request over here as normal. They are presumably they're in one of these yellow chests somewhere. I don't think this is something I can search for without the mod that allows you to search for things when they're in chests. There's a lot of iron flowing past my very eyes at the moment, which doesn't help, but I want to spot them in here because I feel like if I can see them in one of these yellow chests and I go, aha, they are right there, and then therefore they should be being taken over. Whereas if I don't see them in there, then I worry that maybe they're somewhere weird, and that's what's causing the problems.
Laurence, the LTN system in your sandbox doesn't work.
My
just got a warning.
Sandbox? Okay, well I'll just delete the station because I've finished that.
Thank you.
To what extent do we want copper from orbit?
On Norvis?
Yeah. The answer can be not at all.
Yeah, not at all, I think.
That's actually slightly more convenient.
Yeah, it's one less thing to think about. You can just throw it overboard.
Yeah, exactly.
Mark,
Well, or
we don't have sand in the mall area. Is that a train request thing?
That
it appears to be requested by train.
Yeah, I think that's I disabled the sand production city block like a few months back.
Yes, we've run out of sand.
Okay, I'll just re-enable it. Yeah, I was thinking about copy pasting your new crusher design for sand as well. That's why I disabled it.
All right.
I will do that.
Cool.
If you don't want to do that, that is.
Oh, sorry, you can do that. I'm just looking at things I'm waiting for and what they're locked behind.
Yep.
You're right. It did highlight it when I went. No, not this one. Yeah, when I went to this one and turned that on, there was some highlight happen. Okay, we've got a load of green chests highlighted down here. I think they ones that have got some, or they ones that are asking for. Yeah, they're ones that have got some. Okay, so that's worked. But if I go over to this network, which still has 47,000 of it, and click the button. Oh, here they are. Yeah, okay. So there's a couple in here and here. So it's actually, the problem is, I can't see which ones they are, but they're somewhere in here apparently. However, I think that has answered my question, because there is already... Oh, there is that one. And there as well. Oh, they're nicely highlighted here as well. Right, so what I was trying to say is they are also highlighted over here as being in all of these chests, and so I think we're just waiting for logistics bots to come and grab them. So maybe it is in the process of dealing with them all. And if I come back over to here again, we will see that this box here... Oh, is not in the logistics network range. Ah, bother. Right, okay, that's why it's not been working. So the system does seem to be generally working. It's just that this needs its own roboport because it's greedy. Put that there. Why not? Forgot to check on that. Right. Okay. So there we go. That's going to sort the problem out. That'll then tell the logistics bot to start bringing them over here, and we can start churning through like 50,000 Cupravitus that we've got. Okay, in the meantime, that's stone crushing. That's not what I'm playing with. Where's my definery? Here's my definery. We're still waiting for those because the Gleba Exports is currently on its way to Norvis, has some way to go, but hopefully has got yes, there we go, 200 biochambers on it. So it'll arrive, it'll dump those. That'll be more than enough to get what I want completed, and then we can get that system up and running and see how it goes. So we've got more 1,000k to go.
So what about sulfur?
No.
Yep, that's fair.
At this rate, yeah, if you start shipping all down all kinds of things like carbon and sulfur and everything else, and now we're making plastic from cuprovidus, we're not going to need this refinery I've just upgraded.
I mean, that sounds good to me. Okay, so basically the advanced, as I'm sure you all know, the advanced ore processing obviously adds an extra output as well as I think it's an extra byproduct. So ice goes, you also get calcite and sand. I'm sitting there going, calcite, useful. If nothing else, we can chuck it at the planet and see what happens. The iron ore goes to crushed iron ore and copper, plus sand. And then the carbon one it adds sulfur and coal. So it adds sulfur and increases the amount of coal output. And the aluminium one adds silicon.
If you're not dropping sulfur down, then there's no point in making sulfur or coal. So you might as well go for the basic recipe there. You want to reprocess the iron ones into carbonic or oxide because you don't want any of the outputs from that.
Well, I need some fuel, but yes. Other than that, it's reprocessing.
Yeah,
it's all fair, and there's that whole thing about to what extent do we want to have a slow but in quotes infinite source of these materials just available.
Boink.
Which I really like the idea of, and it's something that if it's my single player game that I have a massive thing that just sort of gently trundles around a safe orbit, even if that means sitting in Norvis and doing nothing else. Just, as a slow...
Yep, that's what I had for iron and nearly all the copper I needed.
Yeah.
I did set up a spaceship that was collecting iron. No, I think it was copper. Actually, it was copper over Fulgora. Because of the way I built, I ended up needing quite a lot more of that, and there wasn't enough of it. But it was there, and it was providing a trickle, and the trickle was woefully insufficient even when I got it to start doing loops.
Yeah,
I did have multiple iron ones.
Yeah,
okay,
which is fair, and it's like the core miners in space exploration.
Yeah,
where yes, it's a infinite resource. But there is a cost in space exploration. The cost of the core miner is power, because they are power hungry, and also a bit of a fiddly setup than what you'll set it.
There's a lot of bots going on over there, but I'm cautiously optimistic that we've now got the refinery built. We're now bringing over the biolabs for the biochambers for the science. I'm not quite sure. I can't tell what's going on because there's so many bots doing other things.
So I'll minimise to just making carbon to drop, plus fuel so the thing can move around.
Yeah, there's some in there.
Silicon, do we want silicon to be dropped as well?
Oh, were there aluminium chunks floating around up there as well?
There are. That was part of the Luna, what we thought of as the Luna 2.0 update, although that's not the official number in the mod pack.
Right, okay.
So there's now anorthite chunks in orbit. Specifically, I believe, on the transition from Norvis to Maluna and in orbit around Maluna. Now, what I can do is basically say, don't pick those up.
That's why. No. Yeah, 300,000. Right, someone who's set up this LTN system, and we are all in here, good. The drop-off station for the for the refinery is currently set to minus 300,000 crude oil and minus 32,000 wood, but it's not getting the wood because the request threshold is set to 300,000. If I put in do I want to be putting in a stack threshold? I need to turn this into a fluid.
Could you ping the station you're looking at?
Yes. I need to turn this into a solids requester as well as a fluids requester, and that's going to be. I don't know.
Yeah, the one I was talking about, I had was a solids provider and fluids requester.
Right. Where was that?
Purple science, but that's not what you're doing, so it's not going to be helpful.
Right. Okay.
So
I see two. Oh no, the station name doesn't matter. It's the logic of what I want to set the request. So I could put in if I put in a stack threshold, would that do it? A request stack threshold.
No, that count for fluids. Those count as ones.
Right.
Potentially, you could put a stack threshold and provide a normal threshold where they both add up. Simultaneous equations, work it out, kind of thing. Oh, no, not simultaneous equations, but just who are they?
Yeah, would be, yes.
Yeah, you might be able to.
How about you duplicate the station?
Where to?
You do something like you vertically flip it over here to above. So you
then Mark
do
gets upset.
Yeah,
you
Mark
do
gets
something like this.
Because Mark would get upset.
No, I don't think he would. Right, Mark?
Pretty sure he would.
What?
We're here.
No.
See, he's not gonna get upset. He just said no.
He's just going to deconstruct it every time, though.
Yep.
Don't add a signal to the signal group at the top. Make a separate section.
That doesn't help.
No, it doesn't help because it's all being fed into the same station, so it wouldn't be able to do it. I can't have a separate signal for wood. I can't have a separate request threshold signal being fed in for wood versus crude oil. What if I fed in a signal of 270,000 wood and then requested 300,000 of it?
No, because it's the request amount, which is LTN logic.
You know what you could do? You could have two stations, one after another. So just previously to the station you have now, you could add another station. So one is the station, a station for fluid. One is the station for the solids.
That is an interesting idea and would work. However, I absolutely hate it because of the amount of fiddliness it was setting up the station. Are you sure about what you're saying, Tristan? Because the request threshold is where you have to get to before it'll request a thing.
No. The request threshold is how much it is allowed to request, which is subtly different.
It is different, but I'm not sure that's. I didn't think that was true. How much wood fits in a train? Because I don't think it could be. I don't think it would be a problem. So I'm thinking if I.
No, because
it won't request. It's not requesting a train because there's only minus 32,000 on the signal, and it won't request a train's worth of wood until there is minus 300,000. So if I put an artificial signal on of minus 270,000, then a train will be, or 268,000, then a train will be requested. It'll come out, it'll load it up, it'll bring whatever a train load is, it'll dump that, it'll unload it here, and then once the amount in the station brings the number to greater than minus 300,000, then it'll stop requesting trains.
I see. Yeah. You're technically requesting 300k, except but I don't think that's how LTN works, but I'm not certain. We'll try it, see if you get a pair of trains sent over.
I'm trying to think this through to make sure I get it right because actually, no, putting in...
Because I think that's going to say, okay, request a train that has 300,000 wood in it.
Yeah, but you can't fit 300,000 wood in a train. So when the train arrives and unloads one train's worth...
No, it's only going to request a train that fits 300,000 wood. It's going to look around all the other stations and go, can you provide me 300,000 wood? They're all going to say no.
That doesn't sound right. So I think I'm tempted to try that and see what happens.
Yeah, just add a zero to the minus 32k.
Right, so there we go. We've got minus 320,000 wood now. So how often does LTN ping? I would expect you to be right about this sort of thing, but it just doesn't fit with how I expect LTN to work.
This is not something I know. This is something I suspect from my understanding of LTN,
Right.
which is
It doesn't
So,
seem to.
not
Have,
100%.
it hasn't summoned a train, so that makes me think maybe you are correct.
I'd give it another 20 seconds.
Oh, there we go. It's requested a train.
For wood, 14k wood. Yeah, okay.
Right. So as long as it doesn't try to bring trains over until there's 300,000 wood, then I think we might be okay.
Yeah, so you'll obviously want to
Keep an eye on it.
sort out the numbers.
Yes, it shouldn't be.
You presumably get 2 trains at that point.
A train is 14,000. You said, yeah. That's what I would expect to happen. That's roughly what I want. It'll probably
You
be
have a second train on its way.
There'll probably be a third train as well because there's room for because a load of it's going to drop out onto the belts over here. But okay.
But that won't be dispatched. Oh no, it can't be dispatched until the train arrives anyway.
And there's room
You
for.
could up the train limit just to see how many it wants to send.
I think I'm happy to not fiddle with it any further at this point and see what comes over. We've got. Oh, that's a ice train going through. Yeah, there's room for 4 trains worth of wood to be brought over, so maybe it'll be all right. But
Second one is just filling up now.
Okay. The fact that they fill up 2 at the same time is a little bit concerning to me, but because I do.
First one's on its way.
Right. Okay.
Well, the train limit is 2 for all LTN stations.
Oh, okay. That'd be why then.
Requester ones at least.
So it is. Yeah. Okay. That explains that then. Right. So yeah, I think that should be all right then. Right. We shall see.
Right, passing the science park. I don't know where. It's there. Right by the science park.
Here it is.
There it comes.
Right. So here's my first load of wood. There we go. It's unloading nicely. Things are happening as expected.
It basically has 0 in the station.
Yeah, but that's okay. I mean, we can bring 5 trains over if we need to. There's. I was aware there's going to be a lot. There's a lot of space on the belt, so a lot of it's going to get unloaded. It is currently 25 degrees in my room because it's quite a small room. I have a computer that's working fairly hard, and also me, and I've got the door closed because I'm fairly loud when I'm streaming, and I don't want to disturb anyone else who's in the house. So yeah, it's quite warm. I usually start off the stream with my jumper on and then take it off a short time in. It gets a lot hotter when I'm playing Foundry than when I'm playing Factorio because that is a heavy on the graphics card game, and it's the graphics card that really heats the room up quickly, in my experience.
So yeah, train 2 is here.
Yep.
Train 3 has not been dispatched yet.
Oh yes, you're quite right, Quago. Yes, if I put a signal in up here, then it would have broken it for all the train stations. Thank you for pointing that out, and it's a good thing I didn't. Yeah, you're quite right. There isn't room to move the wood station to after the oil station because there's a corner there. So I wouldn't have been able to put a station here. I could have put a station here,
Train 3 on its way.
but that would have been awful for trying to fit in. Okay, so we now have less than 300,000. So if I'm right, it won't request another train.
Train 3 is on its way.
There is one on its way. Yes, so we'll.
Oh
Yeah.
right, yes, because no, that should be used. I thought that used the. If anything, would have counted what was in the train double. But
Unsure. I don't know. I tend to use LTN in a slightly simpler way than you do. I think I tend to try and just. I always have full trains of stuff turn up, and I tend to use the numbers fairly simplistically. Basically, the way that's shown in the LTN basics video, but I can't remember the details of how that's set up anymore. So, which is why I'm trying to sort of guess a little bit as we go along here. So this train, and now we have trains with this stop. There is one. So there's one train on its. Well, it's one train going out. There you go. It's getting to a wood station.
on its way here.
No, it's not.
It is, because it was just picking up wood.
The train's on the way for the station when I clicked on it is 0.
Oh yeah, because of this LTN.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah, I see. So, okay, so it's on its way over here. It's going to pull up right next to the station and then go,
It's right
hello,
above
over
at the
here.
moment.
Yes. There it is. Yeah, okay, so yes, I see your point. And then it's going to unload. Right, so Yeah, that's doing what I was hoping for. Had to do silly things with the numbers, sure, but I don't see that as a problem. Given that it works.
Yeah, you may want to think about the numbers and whether just adding a 0 is the right amount. But
yeah, true, and it's adequate. We are filling these chests are going to be basically just over half full, just under half full, perhaps when the train leaves. How much is left in it? Okay, about just over half full, which I think is acceptable. If another train came out, there would be room for it, so we've got a significant amount of buffer, even if it triggers again quite soon. So, yeah, I think if I'd been working it out precisely, then I'd have put 332 in, I guess. Yeah, maybe. But I think 320, I think that's going to be okay. We've got a decent amount in there. It'll call for another train when that drops down to, when it's used up 17,000. And there is, I don't actually know how much in the stations because it's 2,000 in each one. 2, 4, 6, 8, 16, 30. There's about 32,000 in there at the moment. It'll call for more when that's got rid of 4. Yeah, that's fine. I think that's going to work. We might occasionally get twice as much wood as we're expecting, but there's enough buffer in the station that it'll be fine.
In there at the moment.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah.
I'm now wondering if that means I can do something interesting with.
Right. Why do we not have water? That's why we don't have water.
Request.
Boink. Typical. One piece of pipe is wrong, therefore we're not getting any steam, therefore we're not getting any wood juice, therefore we're not getting any nutrients, therefore we're not getting any oil. Oh well. Also, there is absolutely no. Oh, okay, there is no. There's no petroleum gas because the heavy oil has filled up completely, so all of the refineries have stopped working. That's fine. That's expected. Oil is currently at quite a lot, so that's but not full, so that's okay. That's okay as well. It is linked in across here. We are seeing that we're getting. Yeah, I've got minus 66,000 for reasons. That seems to be all right. I just need to wait for that piece of pipe to come over. Pipe. There's a couple of bots there's 3 bots heading upwards over here. It's probably one of those. I don't know which, but eventually we'll get, yeah. So right, that was interesting and a bit of a mind screw, but it seems likely that this is going to work. The refineries have, oh yeah, you're right. That should be in there. They've also stopped working because these tanks are full. So they can't produce anymore. So their outputs may well be, and their outputs are full.
Sand crushing will activate.
Cool, thank you.
But yeah, so it's the you're quite right. We need that piece of pipe there. In fact, have I got any pipe in my? I've not got any pipe in my inventory. All right, never mind. We'll just wait for the bots to do everything. But the one, oh, there's something coming up on its way up. It's the underground pipe. Yeah, okay, so that means the other one is probably just about there, if not actually there. Yes, there we go. So now we're making steam, so we're making wood juice. I haven't set up the program down here, so I want you to you. I would like you to, no. I would like you to read your contents, including the crafting, and including fuel. Yeah, I guess so. That to there. And then I want you to enable when nutrients is less than 10. There we go. So this will run when there's a dire shortage of nutrients. You can go near, because we might as well just have a bit more capacity on this belt. I don't know why those aren't stack inserters. Oh, they're probably not stack. I haven't got them as stack inserters because I want the nutrients to flow through reasonably quickly. We'll see how they get on down here, whether we're producing remotely enough. We seem to have plenty of wood pulp, so making more of this is just going to be copy these machines, which is good because that's easy. And I don't know. Well, at the moment they're filling up the internal buffers in these machines, so we'll let this run for a moment or few. But I think with all of these purple modules in there, these machines are going to be using a lot of their a lot of nutrients. So I do think I'm going to need more machines doing this. Yeah, let's copy this. Like that. And do they need to be hooked up to this one? It's only these one, and might as well, I guess. Actually, yeah, that's probably good. I was going to say, do I want to have it set like that, or do I want to have do I want to only be monitoring the first machine? Because if this one's in trouble, then I want it to start. Then I want this to kick in, even if these ones are still working. Because yeah, I think that's right. So if I unlink that, then this one will kick in if this one is ever stricken. But otherwise, we'll run as normal. Okay, now the next question is going to be: do I want to switch over to the to stack inserters? Actually, we seem to have enough nutrients coming through. Maybe we've got more. Well, we've had enough for the first row anyway. With this level of production, I'm going to need stack inserters. The question is this level of production excessive? Oh, and I need to deal with the spoilage. So down here, can you... No, you can't burn nutrients. They need to be turned into spoilage first. So I'm going to put in a heating tower on the end. An eating tower for eating the nutrients. Give me that. Put you in there. That to there, and that to there. So any spoilage that makes it past all of this will then get chucked in here. I think I might have massively over named up here. I don't think we need this much nutrient. And we've got... Yeah, I think this is excessive. I shouldn't have put those extra machines in. Because this is all running as fast as it runs. And none of these can output anyway. So let's get rid of those three. Actually, let's just turn off these three, actually. Because that's a little bit less terminal than removing the machines. See how we get on. And we'll empty out what's in them, sure, and then see. You think you can burn nutrients? I'm pretty sure you can't. We'll find out in a minute. And I'll just set up a filter on the inserter if necessary. Although one thing I've learned is that it's a good idea to have a loop on these things. So let's do this and filter nutrients to the left, and then run this round here and up here and in here, and input priority right. Because that way, when the nutrients start to inevitably go off somewhere around this belt, we can still pick them up and dispose of them. Right. How am I going to get spoilage? Oh. You're right, I'm not going to get spoilage out of the biochambers. Oh no. I have clearly not internalised all of the Gleben nonsense. Right. Okay, well these ones are fairly easy. I just put these in like this and have another belt running across the top. We'll need to do that. The bottom ones are harder.
Have you looked at how far away those machines are?
Yeah, you're right. They're too far away. Because I can't. Yeah, okay. They're harder as well. Bother. Well,
just don't ever have any nutrients go off.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just as long as everything keeps running, we'll be fine. No problems there. Yeah, keep the machines flowing and nothing will be fine. There'll never be a problem, right? So yeah, if we ever have any, if we ever stop using oil, then we're gonna have problems. Also, we're apparently not making, we're either not making or we're not exporting heating towers on this planet. So let's fix that. Down here, heating towers. This is going to be a problem. I can feel it in my proverbials. You're a heating tower. Can we have some of those, please? Can we have some of those? I don't actually know. Don't seem to have got any requests along here. Oh. Yeah, we've got flickering heat. Yeah, okay, there we go. The heating towers have arrived. Okay. No, we're here. This one. Okay, so the ones down the bottom are actually going to be the relatively easy ones because I can put the long inserters in there and just have underground belts. It might be a little bit fiddly here with this pipe work. I might need to rejig this bit, but largely that's not going to be too much of a problem. Up here, though, this is going to be a problem because I can't put those there because they won't be able to reach far enough down. They need to be here. I guess I'm going to have to run an oil pipe, the light oil pipe, across the top instead of across through here. No, I'm not. I don't want to. Well, I could pull out some of the biochambers and extend it a little bit. That would kind of work, but no, as you say, that's gross. Let's not do that. Instead, let's go fly kite. No, let's. I can run a pipe along here. Yeah,
I'm testing when I think of the same reference as you at the same time.
Yeah, get out of my head.
It's like you're related or something, isn't it?
Ew.
I wouldn't admit that if I were you either. Die everything, Baldric.
Problem here actually is it's just going to dump it out. It's going to be trying to dump it out onto the same belt, which doesn't have room on it. Although I could put all the nutrients onto the same side of the belt and then have the spoilage on the other side. That will have to do. Okay, so nutrients go onto the bottom side of the belt, like that. So all of these exerters, far, yes, far, 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 and then remove all of this. And we have an underground pipe goes across there like that. Remove all of this. Underground pipe. Remove all of this. Underground pipe. Remove all of this. Copy that. Right, so where I need more of this in. There. There? Yes, there. Nope, I need to do every one of these. So there as well, and there. And okay, everyone is easier because put that there and there and there and there and there. Not you. Instead that goes there. Right, okay, so there we go. That's all piped in now, and we've got the nutrients being fed in, and I can also come along and do that, and that'll then feed the spoilage out. And there's no other solids that could be produced in these machines apart from spoilage. So that's going to work. And then I paste that in there. There. And with a little bit more hindsight, or a little bit more foresight, sorry, I could have done this as one paste with the pipes as well, but never mind. I needed to think my way through the problem. There we go. Right, so that's now nominally going to work. The problem is we need the machines to churn a little bit and actually run and process some oil and do other sort of goopy things like that. These need to be underground, going under these. You drag a belt and it will put in the undergrounds for you automatically. You drag a pipe and it doesn't, which is a bit silly, but never mind. Right, so now there we go. It's sort of flowing a bit. We get a little bit. Any spoilage does get pulled out over here and goes into here. We're getting a bit of nutrient used up, which is allowing the whole system to run. Eventually, we'll get. Near was the wrong side. These should all, far was the wrong side. These should all be near. Actually, I suppose I could come along here and then make these into. No, down there is near. Right, these all need to be near sides, not far side inserters. So like that. Like that. Then we can pull through a bit of the gunge and it'll start working. Right, so this is going to be a bit of a slow process to get it going, I think, but it will eventually start working, I hope. We need these pipes in here in order for these machines to start cracking the oil, which is why it's stopped at the moment, I believe. Where are you going? Oh, you're going to charge. Fine. Now get back down here and put those underground pipes in, so the system will start working. We can see whether we're going to have problems or not. There is going to be a lot of spoilage in some of these machines, which is a bit of a shame. We're going to need to get rid of that before things will actually start working. So I think it's not going to recover. Oh, maybe it is. Oh, actually, it will recover when all of this spoils. It'll all then just go through here. The spoilage will go in here and burn, and then the nutrients will flow, and then we'll have room for the spoilage to get unloaded, and then it'll all start working. I could do that, but then it just block up with nutrients because you can't burn nutrients. So, yes, but also no. Well, I'll prove it. No, I won't, because it'll take forever for the thing to be brought up here. I'm pretty sure you can't. I don't have any red inserters. I'll go up there and I'll borrow one from somewhere else, and we'll test this for science, because I don't want to break it for the amount of time it'll be broken for. Just to test it. Where am I going? Oh yeah, okay. It's about 3 blocks north and one and a half to the east. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure I remember in my single-player run I had a large area that was just there to... we did turn bioflux into nutrients because they spoil faster, waited for this nutrients to spoil, and then chucked them in to be burned. So right, we'll take that out, and I'll put it down here. Right, we'll get that spoilage in, fine. There we go. See, yeah, nutrients don't burn.
You want to know the easier way of testing that?
Look it up in Factoriopedia.
Yep. If you look up the burner thing in Factoriopedia, it tells you what it can burn.
Oh yeah, I could have just done this, yes. Here we go. Here's a list of everything it'll burn, and yeah, nutrients and bioflux are not on there. I wonder how hot it's got so far. 70 degrees. Okay. Right, so now there we go. Now all the nutrients are spoiled all of a sudden. So we can now pump all those into here, just destroy them nice and quickly. All of this will flow through. Then we can get some fresh nutrients coming in, and things will theoretically start to work. Oh no, I haven't taken out the spoilage from the bottom one row either. Damn it. Right. Again, there's only one type of solid that could possibly happen down here. So I can do that, and that, and that, and that, 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 that. No. That, and that. Move these around as necessary. Wires can't be stretched. What wires can't? Oh, there's all of these. Oh, it's going to be a little bit annoying. I'm going to have to remove all of these and then replace them again. That's fine. I can do that if I need to. All that and that and that. And that one's probably okay. Oh, we need pipes in the corners. I always forget the pipes in the corners like that. And then a belt comes along here. Yes. Goes in the back of there as well.
I think I'm ready to test my providing of biter eggs.
Okay,
you know
cool.
What? Put that there.
Do you wanna get a request going? Do we like disable the other area completely, or?
We can do that. Yeah. That's off.
I mean, something's bound to go wrong, but you know.
Yep.
Just, you know.
Such faith.
So the mall area should request them.
Oh yeah. The station has a request going here now.
All right.
It is requesting 4,715 of them.
I am just about inside the city block limit. I'm on the concrete. Oh, and some of my substations are outside, but yeah, it's kind of okay. I suppose this whole thing, if I move this roboport a bit, this whole bit at the bottom could be moved up a couple of squares, but we'll see how much Mark cares once we get to that point.
Alright, this is gonna be exciting to see if it works. Alright, yeah, we're moving eggs out of the nests,
Oh,
Yep.
and they are being put into the train, which is good. Train is filling up slowly but surely. Got 1,000.
ooh.
2,000.
1,800.
You need more robo
19.
loading, recharging capability.
Yeah.
780, 609, 400. It's not loading them very evenly. The back two got 400, then 600, then 800. But I don't think that matters when it goes to somewhere where it's unloading into a into purple chests. So yeah, and also presumably each one of the chests is going to count down, and so it'll stop it once. It's getting up to a certain number per wagon, so when a wagon is full, it'll stop bringing more eggs over to that one and start loading the other ones up instead.
Yeah, it's actually going by chests.
Okay, that's
instead
equally
of wagon,
good.
but
Yeah. Oh yeah. The front one has stopped now, by the looks of it. Oh no, it hasn't. No, it's still being brought in.
5.
It's basically a bad copy of the mall requester
Okay.
thing.
Almost done.
How many are we going for? 5,000, presumably.
0.7k.
1,715.
So it's basically there now.
Yep.
Just a few. Ooh.
Oh.
Ah, and this train's going, and there are some eggs still being held by bots.
Yep.
But they're doing what
they're
I was
all-
about to ask if they're going to do what they're doing.
And now they're getting burnt.
Yep.
Yes. So, are you deliberately pulling all of the eggs out?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Why not pull the appropriate number out?
I guess that's the stage 2, level 2 version.
Yeah.
Because this seemed very simple, and I don't think we're gonna need that much eggs.
It's the two trains in quick succession that this fails at.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is there a way to make quality biter eggs?
Yes.
Do we
Is
know that yet?
Well, it can be inferred from stuff we do know.
We can't put any modules inside the spawners.
No, but we might be able to run them through a recycler with quality modules then.
Yeah. Or
refreshing recipe.
Ooh, the refreshing recipe might do that, yeah.
Oh, that's thought.
I feel refreshing one. It would be cheating to do it with that. I feel.
Why? Isn't that a recipe we get?
You're investing other resources for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not much. Not compared to only getting a quarter of them out with a 25 or the 15-20% chance of getting the higher quality version.
I mean, you're putting in more bioflux and fertilizer, I think, right?
Yes, but barely any. That recipe is designed to refresh eggs. So it's designed to where it costs you 1% of maintaining the egg. If it was my mod, I would have specified that it can't have quality in the module. I don't know.
Oh, it's Oh no, we have a Fulgoran Moon Garden, which can be placed on Novus. No, appears on Ceres. We don't have the tech to do it on Novus anyway.
Yeah, that's what I agree with you, Quago. So yes, I think that, and that's agreeing with Tristan as well. That yes, refreshing the recipes is cheating because recycling with quality destroys 75% of your eggs, and then only gives you a small chance of getting the good ones back or high quality ones back. Whereas refresh won't. Refresh does destroy 1% of the eggs, but it's only 1%, which is a lot less than 75%. Check my maths if you're not sure. No, I forgot the pipe across here when I was updating it.
You know, refreshing the egg could be seen as, you know, you have an egg, you're taking care of it, you're making sure it's, you know, it's like incubating it. You know, you're making.
You're talking about biter breeding there, which is a different recipe.
Yeah,
well, I mean, that gives you more eggs. This doesn't give you more eggs. This just gives you a better egg. It's like you're petting it, and it's starting to like you.
Why did I miss? Oh, that's the one I borrowed for down here and forgot to put back. Okay, that's fine then. Right, are we actually going to work now? Yes, I think we are. So yes, we've got the nutrients being fed through. My question here is going to be: are we feed? Is half a belt of nutrients enough to feed all of these machines? And my gut feeling is that it is. And if it isn't, then if I put stack inserters in, then it definitely will be. Because we had more than enough when we had a solid belt. Yeah, so I think it's probably alright. Only slight downside of this design is even when we don't require any oil, we are going to still be chugging gradually through the wood in order to make the wood juice and the steam, in order to make the nutrients which should be sitting on the belt gradually spoiling. This does not appear to be catching up. Maybe it's not enough. I think I'm going to need to put some... I'm going to request some... yeah, let's have that. And, yeah, that. And let's get in some stack inserters. Let's get in some stack inserters and some bulk inserters and some long inserters, so I can mess around with these things by hand rather than waiting for the bots to come out to me. I'm going to stand by this robot port for the moment. Yeah, so I think actually looking at it now, I don't think this is enough nutrients, because you can see we're getting the machines out to here, up and running, and it's probably up to here, and it's because we've got the purple modules in them, so therefore their food requirements are much higher. They've got really high metabolisms, so I'm going to need to feed them better. So yeah, I'll put some put some stack inserters in along here, and that'll mean we'll be able to get a bit more flowing through. In fact, you know what? Let's just get the bots to do this now. It's that and that and that and that and that and that, and I guess we then also need to start these other machines running again. There we go.
All right. Say that I do want to only output the amount that is requested. How would I count that? By the inserters counting whatever they're outputting, or?
Yeah, that was the first thing. That was my first thought. Yes, you have the inserters. You have a number that comes out from the station. You have the inserters pulsing and run that through a counter and subtract that from the number. And then when it gets to 0, you turn it off. Yeah, that would be my. That was my first thought. Doesn't mean it's the right way. It certainly doesn't mean it's the only way. But that was my first thought.
It'll overshoot, but
is it possible to have one counter for all of them?
I don't see why not. You just set a filter or an enable signal, and then turn the enable signal off when you hit the right number. You might waste 1 or 2 eggs from each nest, but I don't think you care about that.
I mean,
it's going to be much closer.
That's not a big issue, but
you'll probably waste 10 eggs at least from each nest. But yeah, doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, I mean that's irrelevant. That's not the
that's sort of the point. That's absolutely fine.
So my question is, if I have only one counter for all of the entire network,
now it's all
will
around.
It still work?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Why would it not work? Oh, but I don't see any reason it wouldn't work.
Okay.
What you might? I mean, there might be something I've missed, but why wouldn't you just? Each inserter can pulse whenever it takes an egg out, and it'll send, and then your counter will count, and then you have just one signal fed out to the entire network saying, "Okay, time to stop getting the eggs out now."
All right. I'll give it a go.
Okay. Oof. This took more iterations than I wanted it to. Still. Yeah, the annoying thing about this is I think when it's running relatively slowly, there's plenty of capacity for we definitely don't need all this much nutrient coming through, but then sometimes it requires loads of it, so then we need to if we want all the machines to run it if we want to actually have all the machines running, then we do need to stack it up. So I think stacking it is the way to go, because I kind of need to, otherwise it's not enough. It just means a bit more to be spoiled on the belts. Yeah, it is outside the city block limits. I could cut this entire thing and move it n squares upwards, where n is probably about 3, because there's then if I can move it more than 3, it'll run into this pipe here. The question is whether we care. Yeah, that's true. There's the rest. There's the breeding biters recipe, isn't there? So it's algae breeding. What are you? Artificially breed biter eggs. Gosh, you can turn 5 into 6.5 with lots and lots and lots of cubium nonsense. Grief. There doesn't seem to be another biter breeding recipe though.
I thought I saw a second one when I was looking.
It is quite possible I've missed it. Here's biter egg, made in captive biter spawner. Oh, captive looted from biters, used in artificially breed. Oh, okay. There's no. Oh, alternative recipes. Here we go. Dr. Albieri biter egg cloning process, which is a biter egg and Berengatengo gas, which will produce you two biter eggs and a 5% chance of 2 anomalous biter eggs. Lovely. Biter egg mending, we've discussed it at some length. Artificially breeding with a cubium way, or refreshing them a cubium way with hate and anger. That feels much more appropriate. You can use hate and anger to refresh a biter egg. I sort of like that. Or you use bioflux and fertilizer. Yeah. Oh yes, the pentapod eggs you can breed on Gleba. You're quite right. But no, not so much with the biter ones. Well, there are various recipes, but we need to go to Omni first before we can, by the looks of it, before we can do the Dr. Albieri one. Or we could use the cubium one to artificially breed them. But to be honest, we've got enough of them coming out of the nests that I think we don't really have a need to breed biters. And I guess that's sort of the point. So yeah, the pentapod, you have a system where you have some eggs and you breed the eggs to get more eggs. Fine. So it's nice that the biters are different in that you get them by having lots of captive spawners rather than and then collecting them out of those, rather than, for example, having captive egg rafts or captive egg rafts or biter egg breeding in a biochamber. So they're different, which I think is quite nice. Alright, I think I am now cautiously comfortable with the with this system. Why is it not running at the moment? Because there's still some petroleum gas in the output. Have I got something that's not linked up properly here? Because I don't think I went through and adjusted any of the pipes up here, so it should still work just as before. All right, yeah, these tanks are full. Right, so this has stopped because we are full of petroleum gas. There's no room to process any more of it down over here. Therefore, there's no room to process any more of the light oil, even though I still haven't got 10,000 of it. And therefore, we can't make any more heavy oil, so we can't crack any more of that down here. Right, yeah, so the system has gone to sleep because we've got enough of absolutely everything now. I'm cautiously optimistic that this is going to work fine. Yeah. Mark, I finished your the refinery process, and I am once again cautiously optimistic that it's going to work, but I have to admit I've had to fix a few things on it, so there's still a chance that it's still a bit dodgy.
Okay. Next thing would be Module City or something else.
Okay. One thing that does occur to me is it is 10:30, and that means there's a fairly high chance that Mike is about to try and escape. Or is going to escape fairly soon. So, at the very least, we should think about sticking him onto a spaceship and maybe taking all of us off to the other planet. Although I do know that Sophia is still hard at work on the Biter Zoo.
The lime is upgradable now, so we could do that first.
That'd be
Move
quite
on to the lime and then be ready to head out.
That'd be at least a bit exciting. Okay, let's...
So, anybody wants to get some stats for the lime pre-upgrade?
2,200 tons. Well, 2,216.7 tons.
Okay.
That's a lot of lime.
And 10k.
10k what?
Scaffolding.
Oh, it's 10k scaffolding, okay.
Oh, leg.
Oh, the weight is dropping. 200 tons. Clonkety, clonkety,
Where is it
clonkety.
actually building?
Near the bow at the moment. And it's the low density stuff is slightly lighter colour as well as lighter weight.
Yep.
Clonkety, 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 clonkety.
That is actually quite slow to rebuilding.
I guess rebuilding is relatively slow in the game. It's fast enough that normally when you're building things you don't really notice it, but it's for when a meteorite, an asteroid hits your ship and knocks out a chunk of it or something, so it doesn't just magically instantly rebuild itself. If there's a bit of a delay, like if it's slightly slow like this, then yeah. Oh, dip below 2 megagrams? No, gigagram. Kilogram, mega.
Yeah, it actually is lighter.
Yeah, it's gone. Yes, below
Lunar.
2 gigagrams now. So I could believe it's going to be half the weight by the time it's finished. And that fits with a number I heard somewhere along the lines while we're sort of messing around with it.
The weight for rocket launches is half.
Okay. Do you happen to know what speed it travelled at before? It occurs to me I didn't think
60, so 160 or 260.
That's because it's the most significant figures that's most important, not the least significant figures.
Didn't Sophia post something about spaceship speeds relatively recently?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Would someone mind dipping it out and having a look for that? Thank you. And we'll see because it will be interesting to know how much the speed has changed through all of.
No, it was on in our document when I talked about the Edward James Olmos. That's when I mentioned it. The speeds.
I might have that to hand. Let's see if I can. So previously it had a speed of Lime's 270 kilometers a second.
Oh, yeah. So
270, 260, 270. So if it starts travelling at 540, then we'll know it's just doubled it.
Yep, and then the defense won't be enough, and it will get damaged. And
yeah, probably.
Will be unusable.
Oh yeah, almost certainly. You know how it is. You go and you make something much faster and more powerful, and you go, oh no, yeah. You just have to put sort of three rows of lasers across the front of it or something. and then a nuclear power plant on it, and it never ends. Or an upgrade to red ammo might be quite nice. That would more than double its defense. But then you'd have to upgrade the asteroid processing and the ammunition production and quite a lot of other stuff as well. So yeah,
that's the next ship when we have to. I don't know. We have quite a few planets, I think, behind in the outer area, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, we'll need a bit more oomph for going out there.
Yep.
Mark, do you have any objection to me removing the last science to throw in planetary research?
No.
Foliax.
Might as well finish the other one. We will also need to research Arig. I'll queue that up once.
I was about to ask about that, whether there's anything else we need to look at. Yes, as you say, we need to go. Yeah, need Arig to get to Foliax. Can't fly through there without.
We could technically go via Vestra and Hyerian as well, but I don't know if we can research those.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Or we could go via Moshin and Meraxis.
Oh yeah.
It's a ridiculous
Moshin
route.
can research.
There's no. Yeah, the fewest number of planets to research will be Arig, so because that is only one additional. So we'll go that way. Also, it's the least ridiculous route as well. So it makes it's not quite finished.
No, I mean, rounding at 10,000 isn't very exact, so
fair.
We need 700 more.
Oof.
That's on the way.
700 sounds like a lot, but I don't know. Yeah, it's down. Yeah, it's down to 1,200 kilos from the 22, and so. Thank you for your phrasing there, Quagor. Ammunition is apparently made in the balls. Actually, where is ammunition made? No, it's made up here. Yeah, here. There we go. Wooden and iron ammo. So no, not down that end. So Quagor has been hearing a Factorio warning beep, and I thought it was the stream. We have had occasional beeps. So when the recycler system breaks, it does alert us. So it has happened, but I don't think it's been going constantly for 30 minutes. I think even I'd have noticed that. So, it's your LTN. That makes sense. Yeah. At least it wasn't the bleep bloop your factory is getting destroyed noise. That would have been a lot worse. Right. There's still an absolute frenzy going on in the mall. There's always an absolute frenzy going on in the mall. Oh, we're loading up with carbon, maybe. Trying to load
drop some carbon down, yes.
There is a train sitting there trying to load up with it, and it's good. The train is now leaving. So it appears to have worked. I have no idea whether this refinery is working. I say I have no idea whether it's working properly or not. All the output tanks are all full, so therefore it is working. We just need, except lube. But there's loads. Oh no, we don't have a huge amount of lube. Do we stop making it at some point? No. Do we stop pumping it through it? Have I broken the lube pipe? No, I haven't broken the lube pipe.
There's no heavy oil going in.
Yeah, why is it? This is weirdly set up. Who designed this bit? That shouldn't be there. That pump should be pumping down here when there's plenty of heavy oil. Who designed this? Me, apparently. Okay. Fine. And then we link that to there. And we tell this to pump. How much do we have? We have... Oh, it's not actually going to that pylon. Right, okay. We're looking here. We have 400,000. So we'll have you run when there's 350,000 light oil. That one. When that is greater than 350,000, then we can pump the heavy oil out of here. And then that'll be always available in this area to be lubed as required. And it's always worked because there's you don't get through that much lube, and when we get through the other stuff faster, and when we're producing anything else, then heavy oil flows down here and goes into these machines, and then also down here. So it has been okay, but we can make it better. Boink, like that, and la 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 la. That, and then we can get these 2 pieces of pipe in here. 1, 2. Right, so now that's running because we've got more than 350, because I don't want to have these completely topped off. And then we've got, these machines can now start making lube again, which will top these off as well, which is actually going to pull out quite a lot of the heavy oil from here. But I don't think there's anything that I don't think there's anywhere on this planet that requests heavy oil. I think it is all turned into it all only requests lube, because heavy oil doesn't get used for anything other than making lube and making light oil. And okay, you can use it for coal liquefaction as well, but we're not. But if I take a look at heavy oil, it is used in solid fuel liquefaction. We're not doing that. That could be very, very useful on any planet that has petroleum gas or light oil oceans, if we ever needed any lube on those planets. Coal liquefaction, not doing that. Heavy oil cracking to light oil, well, yeah, we can. We're doing that, but we're doing that locally. Solid fuel, we wouldn't do that because it's more efficient to make it from light oil or from petroleum gas if you've got an excess of that. Lube, okay, we do need lube. Super sealant substance, that's Meraxis, so we're not doing that here. Advanced heavy oil cracking, yeah, that's what we're... Ooh! Oh, you can only do that on... Is that... I don't know where that is. I don't recognise that planet. Might be Arig. You can only do it on another planet, but that is worth knowing about, that there is an advanced heavy oil cracking that presumably... Oh, I see, it produces light oil and petroleum gas in one go. Presumably it's more effective. It produces more of it, but who knows? Then we can do solid fuel again with a different way. We can make electrolyte, but that's only on Fulgora. We can make we can make carbon fiber through pressurization, but that's a shattered planet thing. We're not there yet. You can barrel it. You can unbarrel. You can titanium barrel it. You can do tiberium stuff with it. You can make asphalt, but we don't want to because asphalt is useless. You can make plastic with it, but only on. This is a corundum recipe, so we're not doing that here. We could do it here. We don't want to because we don't have sulfur dioxide and it's a silly way of doing it, and we can make it from wood instead. But we could make plastic over here from the heavy oil if we wanted to. And there is a petrobacteria cultivation which you do on in Metal and Stars. So yeah, basically the only thing that you actually want heavy oil for on Norvis is making the lube or making the light oil, and both of those are happening locally here. So this station over here, originally I sort of set it up to take the heavy oil away, and then I thought, hang on a minute, there's no point in doing that. So I added in the lube production here, and got that shipping out, and we could take all these tanks back and pump it all back into these ones. But to be honest, it's easier just to leave them there. And you never know, we might change our mind in the future and do something weird, like make lube somewhere else. I don't know. But in the meantime, well, the system can tick over happily over here, and yeah, it'll just work.
Tristan.
Yep.
How do you feel about copy pasting Euroscience build once more?
So currently we don't have the. We're currently in the process of upgrading biolabs, so copy pasting is a bit. It's a slightly weird process.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't just work.
How is our science supply? And I've noticed last time I've looked over here, which is quite a long time ago, admittedly, all the exotic ones seem to be they're either at 40 or close to it. Or at least this one doesn't count because that's a quality one. Yeah, they're all at 40. So
Glabber science chests are full. Tristan.
Then why did more science turn up?
Are they? They're not.
Yeah,
Not where you are.
Oh, right, in one of the lab areas.
Why is it
Oh yeah.
requesting so much?
Why has it got quality set on that inserter? Oh, it's a quality inserter. It's not quality science package. Okay, never mind. I have answered my own question. Is it because there's a load of spoilage? No, there isn't a load of spoilage in there. There's a lot of chests with... No, it's just not getting passed through very effectively. Because there's loads of chests that don't have any in, and for some reason it's...
Oh yeah.
The inserters just aren't doing a very good job of passing it through. And I'm not sure why not. And that might help. Yeah, that might be the problem.
Actually, these might as well be full-on stack inserters.
Yeah, they are slightly quicker. Yeah, why are they... yeah, I know the one... Actually, the first two are both. Is that one full? No, it's not. Why isn't the first chest-to-chest inserter running flat out?
Because the second chest has 2K in it.
Oh, right, we're limiting the amount going into a chest. Okay.
Because otherwise you don't have space for the ice.
Right. No. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. So I think what you've done now is probably going to help. I don't know whether it's going to be enough, but it's going to help. Yeah. So we're not able to feed the bioscience through here quickly enough to keep it happy. Keep this happy. So it must be that. Yeah, because you've got, when a lot of it arrives, you've got it coming in from two different directions, and that's more than the inserter can keep up with. And the pass-through system can keep up with.
And yeah, apparently the output is running flat out. The output inserter...
Just making the problem worse.
Yeah. No, because I'm going to blame Mark here. I'm not sure if that's fair. he turned this back on when it wasn't ready to be turned on.
Sure.
The belt there was didn't have the enable disable turned on, so it was just constantly outputting science.
Okay.
So yeah, that'll fix itself.
Right. Okay. Typical. You've got all the inserters upgraded. Oh, you tried to put in a that's already upgraded. You're just trying to put in a better one. Okay. I think I can't even tell.
No,
yeah.
it's green at the moment, but it was a rare green one. So I wanted to replace it with a rare stack one, but we don't have any. So now it's being replaced with
so is a rare green? I could tell actually from the mouse over. So this does 45 a second, and this one does 36 a second. So yeah, a rare green is faster than a generic white. Okay. I am. That's true. That's a good point. Quagor has pointed out that stack inserters will get stuck with spoilage. Oh no, they won't, because they're having their filters set. The filters are being set based on what's in the.
No, they will.
They will. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Might just have to go back to the bulk inserters. As long as you're not overfeeding it, then it might be all right. Yeah. And most of the excess that was on here has now gone away.
Tristan.
These are all going to go off as well, which is going to help.
Oh, no, yeah. I'm going to blame Mark for that as well.
Sure.
I mean, you changed the priority of the inputs, or you put this belt in?
Yes, because it was stuck on the other side. So both lanes were full. And I thought it's since the inserter takes it from the left-hand side with priority, it's better to just load it on the left side at this place.
Yeah, that should mean that we save all of that science, though.
I like how it's now both the agricultural and the wood science are jammed jammed one on each side of the belt. But that's I was going to say that's almost the only one that's being brought out at the moment. There is some steam science as well to filter through. So yeah, it's trying it's working as hard as it can. I don't know if there's a problem with the chat, Quagor. If only half your messages are showing up, then it sounds like there might be, but I'm not sure what to do about that, I'm afraid. I don't know what the problem could be. I don't know whether that's helped or not, Tristan. You've now just got an enormous amount of wooden science trying to make its way through.
No, I was trying to clear through this agricultural.
Oh, to get the agricultural off, so it before it spoils. Yes.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, the wooden steam science, I don't care.
Yeah, as long as they get through eventually, which they should do, then it's it shouldn't be a problem.
That one hasn't worked.
I can hear something alerting. Oh, it's the recycler's broken again. It's a very quiet alert, which is very nice of it. Right, well that was fun. Do we want to think about heading off to Foliax? Now have we researched
yes.
it and Arik? I wasn't paying attention.
No, I was queuing now.
Okay.
Lime upgrade is completed. We are at 1128 tons.
That does sound like half. So it's interesting that the only thing that gives your spaceship weight is the foundation that's the platform that's made out of. None of the machines on it or any of the supplies on it or any of that count at all. I guess that's a nice way to approximate the bulk.
Yeah, but I mean they have a weight for all the items here because they are rocketable.
They do. But I guess they just decided it wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth the hassle of including all of that. Okay. Do we want to... Oh no, we're still researching. No, have we found Arik?
Yep, done that now.
Okay. So now we can go...
I have made a thing.
Is it a mess?
Yes.
Okay. I wouldn't expect anything less from this in this game.
Nice.
What have you
Thank
made?
you. It's
Where's my mouse cursor?
anti-phallic, let's phrase it that way.
Mark, can I kill the other biter area?
It's also probably very overkill for what it needs to be.
Keep it in there for 1 or 2 streams.
It's decently aesthetic. I don't dislike it. Don't dislike the design of it.
There you go.
What do you call it? Nauvian Harvest. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so far. I mean, in the earlier thing, it was about this size, just with the number of machines to make stuff as they're going. How, when I'm starting to think about casting liquids, how much of this is actually sensible?
We should have the blue tier grabbers available. Like a few, like
More arms.
Yeah.
Arms for the paw. Paws for the arms as well.
To Maluna and see how it goes, because if it doesn't need it, then
Yep.
So, did we want to head over to Foliax now, or just make sure that Mike's on the ship before we...
I assume end stream on there.
Yeah,
Okay,
well,
sounds good.
okay. Yeah, I suppose that's probably reasonable. It's what we do. It's what we normally do. Okay, well, I'll find something else to do for the next half hour or so until we're ready. Then, ready to start thinking about heading over. I should go around and look at my planets. That's the thing I tell myself every so often, and that I need to do. So, Lignumis is Lignuming. How are we doing over here? Right, so we're still getting through the blue circuits at a rate, but there's a decent number in the chest over here. So these are being taken away to Vulcanus for purposes of being made into, well, rockets mostly. We seem to have enough. These are the empty magic fluid barrels. Fine. We've got lots of science packs. We've got lots of low density structures. We've got lots of rocket fuel. This is all fine.
New speed is 293.
Oh, so not much faster. So that 10% increase for halving the weight. Did it have a chance to get all the way up to full speed?
Yes.
Okay. I was expecting more of a difference than that. I don't know what I was expecting. In hindsight, expecting it to double seems a little unreasonable from a gameplay point of view rather than a physics point of view. But
and now it's 270 from Vulcanus to Icarus, so it's about the same range. Doesn't seem to have a big impact.
Okay, that's a shame. I was hoping it would be something that was worth looking into and doing on more ships, but well, never mind. They kept Maluna busy for a little while, which is always nice.
In terms of making sure that there is a drop, I've added to the Maluna request a thing for some carbon. Do I need to add that to the platform as well, or will the platform just automatically attempt to fulfill when it's in orbit?
If a platform gets somewhere and it asks for stuff, it will provide it if it can, as long as the unload here tick is ticked.
Okay, no worries. Cool.
Does anybody want to help me with the counting of the biter eggs? Because I hit a
1,
brick wall
2,
and I just pulled
3,
everything
Do you
up.
need us
4.
to take our shoes and socks off to help you count?
Yes, please. I can't get further than 4 or 5, you know, then it just becomes too much.
So my 2-year-old daughter gets up to 13 and then just starts guessing randomly at what comes next, which is very cute and very entertaining.
So she's heard of bigger numbers. She just doesn't know what order they come in.
Tristan,
All of you
Yep.
to guess, assume she always guesses bigger.
Fair.
we are not making diagonal inserters anymore.
Yeah. We're not bringing in normal inserters.
Okay, I will have a look at that in a moment.
Okay.
This looks like we're... I don't see anywhere that's
This is
making
working.
blue inserters on this planet.
Nope.
Because you
So-
can't, because lack of iron. So,
Right, so they're just all being imported and then upgraded.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll drop a bunch from Lime.
Okay. I will set.
Yep. Make a road for that.
Yeah.
Right, we're egg counting. So,
That
You
that
wanna
will
count
be
some
fixed
eggs with
now
me?
on. Yeah, a bunch to kickstart it all.
yeah, so what are you doing? When a train comes in, it's presumably outputting a signal of how many eggs it wants.
Yeah, I mean, the details I could probably manage with, like, when to stop it and stuff, but I just couldn't get the counting to count and then just reset.
Right. Yeah, the resetting is the tricky part. What you could do is you could have a if you have the station output the ID of the train there, then you've got a number. Then you've got a signal that basically tells you, is there a train here? And if there is, then, or if there isn't, then you reset all of your counters.
That's
And
exactly what's happening over on the station to the right. Except, well, that's doing it with a different signal, but basically it's the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing something similar over here with when stuff is being said that it's available, but yeah, I mean,
And that's what this system here is doing with a timer.
So the timer is counting up until we're ready for got eggs again, presumably, and then that can be sent to the, and then an egg available can be sent to the station.
yeah, but I mean, that's another problem. Let's just focus on one problem at a time.
Yeah.
So the problem right now is the counting.
Yeah, the first the first problem I'm trying to concentrate on is what are all your different combinators doing. So that's the step one. So you've got all of your exerters, all the exerters that take grabbing things like this. Okay, so they're enabling and disabling when they get green, and they're not doing a read hand contents. That's how you count. So you need your diagonal inserters that are taking the eggs out to do a read hand contents and pulse when they take an egg out, and that'll send an egg signal down the red cable that's connected to them all.
Yeah. So I mean, they're all connected, so we just have to switch them over to that. That's fine. And then on the red cable over here, we should have the pulse coming in, so we can assume the pulse is going to come there, so we don't have to, you know.
Okay, so you then need to say,
assume that they will be there. Yeah.
Then what I would suggest is you put in a combinator to filter out just the egg signals, because there's going to be at least some green squares, and you don't really want to count those because it would just make things look messy. So you want a combinator to strip out just the eggs, and then a counter to count up the eggs unless you get in a signal to tell it to reset, or to only count when it's enabled to set, I guess, depending which way around you want to set it up. And then you subtract that output from the station's request, and when that gets down to 0, you stop sending the green signal out on the other cable. So
yeah, I mean,
you've got the green signal
logic
bit.
is sound. The logic is sound and is reasonable. It's just that I can't remember how to do that with these.
Okay, let's have a little bit of a play then. So plug that into there as a decider combinator. We want to say if biter where are they in here in bioprocessing? Yes, that one. Biter egg is greater than 0, then input count of biter egg. That'll do. So I'll let the biter egg signals through, but block the green squares. Then we can have another one of those. And then we'll have a green signal coming in from the station to. Oh no, we've got a signal coming in from here. That's the LTN output. So when that turns up, I'll have a green signal to there, out down to there. So that'll be a biter. Yes. So green cable from there to there as well. So now down here we can say if we see biter egg on green is greater than 0. That means there's a train in here asking for some biter eggs. Then output the number of biter eggs on the red input. So if you've got biter egg on green, output the input count of biter eggs on red. So the red will then be this will then be a counter, but it won't count what's coming in on green. But it'll only run when there are some on green. So we then take that. We then want to multiply that by -1. So we need an arithmetic combinator. Bio egg times -1, and then run that to here, deliberately on the red cable so it doesn't negate this one. That comes over to here. So red and green. If red and green is greater than 0, then output green signal. Right, I think that should do it, Sophia. Do you want me to talk you through what I've done?
No, give me a sec. I'm just marking all of these to pulse.
Okay, cool.
Because I don't want to miss any.
Yeah, that's fair.
And it's basically the counting and then the reset, and once it's reset, then that's.
Did I include resets? Yes, I did. Yeah. Yes. I was trying to sort of work out what part it was he was asking for help with, Board Easy. But yes, I feel like this should work. So, of the inserters just to your east,
we're filtering out the eggs in the first one. That's straightforward.
Yeah. Then the second one is a counter. However, it's a counter that's set to only run when it's getting an egg input on green, and green is your feed from your station. So when a train turns up saying, "Hello, can I have 3,000 eggs, please?" It will feed out 3,000 eggs. That will go off to the that comes to that. The counter will say, "Okay, I see more than 0 eggs. Therefore I will count any eggs that come in on the other signal." It then passes them through to the machine at the bottom, which multiplies it by -1. So you're effectively then. This is the sort of slightly complicated bit. The combinator just to your northwest is taking in the green signal, is bringing in the number that the train is requesting, and the red one is bringing in the number that have been taken out of the out of the nests. And so it's functionally adding those together, but because one of them is negative, it's subtracting the number that's been taken out of the nests from the number that's coming from the train, and then sending that. And then if there's anything left on that, then it's sending your green square out to your inserters. So I believe the inserters should stop when it gets to the right number, roughly. You might get a little bit of overspill, as we discussed earlier, but that's fine. If it overflows by 10 rather than 5,000.
2 comments.
Okay.
One is the arithmetic combinator. You need to set the output on it.
Oh yeah, thank you.
The other one is, I think the first decided combinator is not necessary. Because the counter one is filtering to eggs only anyway.
That's true. Yeah, you're probably right. I think I put it in sort of out of a abundance of caution, as they say, rather.
Oh, hang on. You're outputting green signal to that from the other one. So yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's remove that one then and tidy it up a little bit.
Does the red signal go to both the input here and the?
Yes, that's what makes it a counter. So it'll pulse in when one pulse comes in on green. No, sorry. When one pulse comes in on red, it'll have one on the output, which will then feed back to the input. So that one will keep going round and round and round and round. Then when another pulse comes in from it for another one, it'll get one from itself and one from the nest. It'll go up to 2, and it'll keep the 2. So that's a memory cell.
For me, the little dot on the top here disappeared when we removed the other one, so that's why I was curious. It was just a weird line without the dot, so I didn't know if it was connected or not.
Right, okay, graphical glitch, right. I see what you mean. There is the, what's it called? The visualization. No, I didn't mean all networks. I meant massive visualization, which is kind of nice.
Yeah. I tried to clear the memory for that, but it didn't work, so...
Okay.
I had to remove it and add it back in. I mean, yeah, let's just try it out then, I guess.
Yeah. Does anyone would anyone like some eggs? It's breakfast time after all.
Mark, could we request some eggs to the mall? Is that okay?
Sure. I mean, they are being requested there. There are 3,500 currently, so...
There's lots of dead biters down here.
Sorry, is there a sufficiency of calcite on Norvis at the moment?
Probably yes.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. That explains why it's just slowly stockpiling the ship. That's fine, there's a circuit condition so it won't go forever.
Yeah, it's not being requested at the moment because we have enough of it.
I upped
presumably. Eggy.
So, I think it should be requested now. No, still not? Yeah, no.
Maybe. Could you repeat the question? I see no yellow light.
It's saying
no, don't. Sorry.
Negative 12k. It's outputting negative 12k.
What is? Oh, it's to the LTN input, or?
So it should.
Oh. I'm seeing 7.8k on the signal that's going out to the LTN.
Oh no! I mean over here it's outputting.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Requesting,
right.
12.
Can eggs go off while in transit, and do we have plans for this happening? Right. In theory, yes. They can go off in transit. I assume if they do, suddenly biters will pour out of the train, and if this happens, then we will panic. In theory, it shouldn't happen because the whole point of this system is that it's keeping the eggs in the spawners where they don't spoil until a train comes over and is ready to grab them. Then when a train turns up, they'll be brought out of here, brought over and put into the train as quickly as possible, and the train will depart within minutes, and biter eggs last for, it doesn't say on there, but quite a long time. Long enough anyway. So it shouldn't...
Like half an hour.
Okay. So it shouldn't be a problem. Now, I am aware that shouldn't isn't won't. If they spoil anywhere between here and here, it sort of doesn't matter because it's outside the walls and therefore they'll come scurrying. They may attack, but if they do, they'll go scurrying towards turrets, so that'll be fine. But if the train is somewhere inside here and then the eggs hatch and escape, then all hell will break loose and we may all start crying. I guess we'll
basically some horrible train jam is going to be the thing that causes that.
Yeah, that is theoretically possible. We do have a lot of substations out along the middle areas of the rail, so we can drop in large numbers of laser turrets relatively easily, and that will probably be how we try and deal with it. Because laser turrets and Tesla turrets, you can drop in and they will immediately start firing, whereas bullet turrets, of course, have to be loaded, so they're useless. But yeah, we'll probably.
It's being requested now.
Oh, okay, cool. What was the problem? Was it just being slow?
No, yeah, there was just too many things being requested by them all, so just
okay, fine. So there may be a little bit of drama if that happens, and part of me, for the sake of the content, part of me hopes it does happen someday. A bit like the way we were sort of taunting Castor and just waiting to see what would happen. But yeah, we'll wait and see. But there's a chance that at some point things will go spectacularly pear-shaped. Right, I'm going to monitor this, the circuit network here.
I'm watching it on it. My cursor's over.
11:10.
Do you want to get on the line then?
I'm gonna hop on the line.
All right, so there we go. Bing. We've got a number in there, so it's now the counter is enabled.
Immediate 7.8k.
Oh
on green
wow!
and
Yes, it's 4,000.
-4K.
The number the counter is counting up very very quickly.
So it should stop at about 7.8k.
Something for
Okay,
8.
there we go.
There, and it has.
It's
Right.
turned off.
Has it also stopped taking eggs out of spawners? It does seem to have done. There's 5 left in this one, and there's.
Well, right now this train is specifically requested 7.8k because that was everything we can provide.
Oh, I see. So we should have set that to a smaller number.
Yeah. So this one emptied it completely, unfortunately. But...
Oh, okay. However, the system did everything I would have expected it to do. You'll note your inserters have turned off again because they've stopped getting the green signal, and the counter has got up to 7.8k. So I would say that it seems to have worked.
I hope this resets as soon as the train leaves.
So do I. If it doesn't, I will be very confused because so far everything has worked out as I expected. But it's entirely possible that I've screwed up somewhere. This is a thing that I do sometimes. So we will see. Once the train fills up, and it's at it's 2/3 full so far. Right, now if you could just go and park this train somewhere arbitrarily in the middle of the factory, and then we'll have a nice surprise on next Monday. When things start getting eaten.
Yeah, because you definitely won't notice while recording the videos.
For something like that, something as exciting as that, I might just keep stum.
I mean, in fairness, it's 50-50 whether he'd notice.
No, I don't usually turn off the alert sounds. I only do that when Castra's misbehaving.
Fair enough.
And I think I'd notice the alert sounds. I'm not saying I'd necessarily, especially if it wasn't a Norvis video, and if it wasn't for the alert sounds, I probably wouldn't notice because there'd be no reason to. But if it's going bleep bloop bleep bloop bleep bloop bleep bloop throughout the entire recording, then yeah, I think I probably would.
Yeah, fair enough.
Even me. Board Easy says we should save it for the 4th of January 4th of January this year, but I think he's being American. Yeah, a month and a half ago we didn't have biter eggs.
It's clearly 26th of January, 22 years ago.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's reset.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, that's good.
You up on the line, Mike?
I am, yes.
Yeah, shall we all go to... Mike left.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, I can hit rejoin.
I mean,
No,
we could
he's
just
up on the
fly over
line.
there now, right?
Oh yes, I'm on the line, yes.
Right.
So unless you're actually planning to make the journey right now.
I don't think so.
No, probably in about 20 minutes, half an hour, something like that.
Do we want
So
to
as
send
a
them on
as a
Grand
side
Tour?
note, before we get too distracted, the spawners are now back up at 65 eggs each. So it even having done a full train, it is already 2/3 of the way to being absolutely full again at about the time the train left. So
Because it stopped unloading once it's unloaded enough.
yes, well yes, and it then takes the train quite a long time to load.
Yes.
Because there aren't enough bots over here, but that means that the limiting factor is not the is barely the rate that we can grow them at. So the worry about 2 trains turning up in quick succession, yes, it is going to struggle a little bit, but only a little bit because we're 2/3. Well, we're 3/4 full now. Okay, we're now 80% full, up to 80. It's refilling really really quickly.
But you're saying we fixed this problem, so therefore that problem isn't a problem anymore because it was also because we've stopped unloading them. Once we've unloaded enough for the train, that's what gives them the chance to fill up while the train's loading.
True. Yes.
Because before they were just continuing to unload.
Yeah. That's true.
Right. So the next issue is.
What? Sorry, I zoomed in to look at you while you were talking, and I don't know why.
Night all.
All right. Good night, Mike. See you later.
Bye, Mike. See ya.
Night.
So the next issue
Mhm.
is that right now I've set this to provide 7.8k whenever a timer reaches some threshold.
Right.
That is The timer is basically for when these fill up again.
Okay.
From what Lawrence observed,
And now this would need to be adjusted to, if we're only requesting, half of, whatever is a maximum, this should only be counting up to half that.
Yeah, given that it fills up quite quickly, my quick and dirty answer here is to run off the same reset signal that we're using for the other counter. And so whenever there is no egg signal coming out of the whenever there's an egg signal coming out of the station, reset. Whenever there isn't, then start counting and count up roughly the amount of time it takes to get from, well, basically however long it took between that train leaving and us having us having the spawners full again, which isn't very long. And it means you'll be waiting a bit longer. If a train turns up and only takes half a load away, then you'll have to wait a bit longer than you strictly have to for the next train. But I don't think that matters. It just means you'll be guaranteed.
Sure, it doesn't matter, but then we're back to the ones that, what if 2 trains in quick succession only request small amounts?
Yeah,
that was kind of the issue we wanted to solve with this system here, right?
My assumption with that is because it's basically full by the time a train leaves, you just go, oh, it doesn't matter, and just it's always got enough.
Set the LTN limit to 1 on that station, which it already is, and then by the time another train gets out here, it'll probably have filled up.
Yeah, exactly.
And even if it hasn't, the train will only wait there a couple of minutes to fill up. And that's probably fine. So yeah, just lose the timer. Just always tell it that the station always has 7,000.
That's not good, because if the train waits there, then we lose the point of delivering fresh eggs.
Yeah, but it's unlikely to happen. We're probably not going to get 2 trains coming in quick succession like that, and it's not going to be waiting very long.
All right, I'll adjust the timer and I'll be happy with this stuff.
It would be nice to have. It would be nice to have to try it, to have a second train come as soon as possible and see how many eggs there are, how long it has to wait to get the full load. Because I suspect that with the amount of time it takes to load the train up, I think it's going to be okay. I think it'd be okay. I think we're making eggs faster than we can than we can take them away, even if we try to. Granted, given that the LTN train limit is set to 1 on that station. I would be interested in citation needing this, but I think we'll probably be all right.
Let me go grab some more logistic bots and.
If you grab more logistics bots, that might change the numbers there.
Because we also kind of want to do it faster, right?
I do think that's a good idea in general. But it will also it may change my opinion if all the numbers are suddenly a little bit different.
I'm not saying we should change this on a regular basis, but I think we should.
I mean,
maximize this right now.
Oh yeah. I didn't think you were going to go in and keep tweaking it. It was more sort of the. I formed an opinion of I don't think we can ship the eggs out as fast as we're making them based on the rate it was running at, and more logistics bots is going to change that. So yeah, we may throw it off a little bit there.
I mean, we don't have to. We could just go for this. Where was the train I requested? Let's see.
Oh, here comes. It's a fluids train. Why is there a fluids train?
It's my personal logistics train.
Okay.
That takes me places I need to go. But I just sent it away again.
Okay, I was going to say I seem to have forgotten to pick you up. But no, coming out with a fluid train makes a lot of sense, because it can't accidentally pick anything up from here.
Yeah.
Sure,
okay.
Alright, so we are not requesting enough biter eggs, but let's increase that. Let's see.
I feel like there's something missing here. It's a lot of biter spawners.
Alright, we should be requesting 7.6k at least. Which is almost 7.8. Right,
do we want to consider maybe burning some of these excess eggs that we've shipped over to the mall, because we're not? I don't think we're really using them. And that said, I mean, we've had a lot hatch, and it doesn't seem to have caused any problems, which surprises me a bit, but it doesn't seem to cause any problems.
We've had small numbers hatch.
Okay. Yeah, there's there's 10,000 in the boxes down here, which is quite a lot.
I can request them back soon.
Yeah, but then you just have to deal with them out there.
Well, here I have a burning setup ready, right?
Oh, true. There is a burning tower here.
Yeah, we could just start chucking them into that by bot. Yeah.
There's a pair of stacks. It's not much.
That's 200 out of 10,000. Yeah, well done.
They are actually a bit little on the slow side to burn.
Right. Quite a lot of quite a lot of energy in them, I guess, because they're excitable.
Yeah, it's
little
not
critters.
a thing you can just panic burn.
Yeah. Yeah, we deliberately came out and we found a sort of a large biter. I say we. Sophia basically came out and found a large bitery area with Mark. Okay, and then like this sort of nest area like that, and then just went out and captured a big slew of them. So we've got 7,800 eggs available at any one time, which is astonishing. Which is a huge number, far more than I ever did in my.
How
my
many do we
playthrough.
normally request here? On Novice, so over in the mall.
I don't have the number in front of me, but I can check.
It's one train thing, presumably. What's that translate to?
7,800.
Let's see, 6,000, I think.
Okay. I'll set it to burn them until there's less than 10,000 for now.
Yeah, well, last I looked, there was about 10,000.
Oh yeah, there's okay. Maybe make it 8,000.
So we have the request going, but we're still. Oh yeah, now train has been requested.
Okay. Do you know how many it's coming for?
We can check. It's probably 7,800.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly that.
Okay. So what have you done with the timer?
So it was at 10k, and now it's at 5k.
Okay, so it's going to count 5,000 ticks after the train goes, and then ask for another one.
But I'm changing it to 10k, and we can see what number it's at when the train leaves. I guess
0,
Set it to
presumably.
that.
Oh, how many eggs there are when the train leaves? You mean? Yeah. Right, train has arrived.
I mean, what the timer is at, so what we should set it to.
Okay, I think.
We'll see.
I thought you were going to reset the timer when the train left, or start counting when the train left, and then we'd see how long it takes to get up to a full spawner.
That is exactly what I meant.
Okay, right. Right, so we've stopped taking eggs out because we've hit the 7,800. There are currently 10 eggs in the spawner that I've just happened to pick random. 15. Train is up to. The train's a third full.
That's in sync with the arbitrary other one that I'm looking at.
I picked one quite close on the left hand side. Do you want to check one on the right hand side, just in case they're different over there?
20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20.
I mean, they all stopped.
Yeah,
they should all match.
They should all be in sync. But you never know. Right, how's the train getting on now? Train is at 4.6 thousand, 4.7, 4.8. So it's about 2/3 of the way now. The biterers are at 25, 30. Train's 5.6. That's 8. 5.9. I bet these are the eggs that are being flown in from the other end, aren't they, now at this point? So they're taking a bit longer. That's why they're taking a bit longer to get over here. And they're all stopping to charge as well on the way over. There's a decent number of roboports on the way over for them to charge. Actually, more roboports would speed it up because there's queues to charge. More roboports in the middle of the Biter Zoo.
Oh yeah.
7,000 in the train. 7.4, and I reckon we're going to be. I reckon the Byton S is going to be half full.
Well, it's now half full.
I think this one's now half full, and the train's at 7,700. 77, still 77, 78, and has it stopped? Yep, and the train is leaving. It's 50, and it just got to 55 just as the train left. So it's basically half full, and given that a second train can't, it's then there's the amount of time it takes. Oh, is this second train's coming out? Oh, that's an artillery train. Okay. A second train would set off at this point, so I'll tell you when the train is basically out back at the mall. And that'll be the sort of time when I reckon that the second a next train, the earliest that a next train could possibly get out there.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
It's about it's slowed down. Okay, it's now got to basically where the LTN depot is. So now, how many are we on at the moment?
65.
65. So two thirds of the way.
Yeah, just jumped to 70.
So yeah, let's call it 70 because the train does have to go around the loop to get into the station. So yeah, you need the timer if you want to always be guaranteed to have a full train's worth. The timer needs to be set to how long it takes to grow 30 biters.
So which is the next tick, basically the next batch of them.
What?
So it's basically 3k on the timer. It's now.
Why? Oh, because you're saying that
if a train
by the time a train
now,
dispatches and gets here, then
yeah.
So yeah, okay. So set the timer at 3k, then that should be good then.
Yep.
Right.
And there's also the time it takes the train to fill up. But actually, no, the time it takes to fill up is limited by the time it takes to fly the eggs over from the other side. So we don't want to include that because that's going to be delayed by the rate they grow at. So yeah, I think 3,000 makes sense. Cool.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thanks for the assist.
That's okay. This is sort of a type of challenge that it's kind of fun to get try and get your brain around because even if it does cause it to melt a little bit while you're trying.
No, I mean I tried to do the counter, and whatever I did something wrong, and I was like, I can't do this anymore. I need assistance.
Yeah. There is another train on its way out now. We seem to be still asking for biter eggs. Just as a note.
That is probably not very good.
We would have rather a lot of them at that point. However, the good news is that the next train that got requested has not got here before the. Oh, here it is. It's arriving now, and we have 100 eggs available in every.
Could you send it back, please, and not fill it up?
Yep, I've told it to go away. Where's the depot? Are you depot? Yes, you're depot.
Did it have eggs on itself?
Yes, it was asking for 6,400 eggs.
Yeah, but did it manage to load any eggs on
Oh, I
the
see.
train?
No. It didn't arrive at the
No.
station.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you.
You have to name your train station over here.
I will, yeah.
I'm just going to watch it when it gets back to the LTN station because I'm slightly at the depot. I know it should automatically reset itself when it gets there, but I'm paranoid. I'd rather be.
I tend to go through and just remove all the stations other than the depot. So then.
Ooh, it hasn't removed the temporary ones.
Oh.
Oh,
That's interesting.
It really, I think it.
Yeah, and now it's set off back to the temporary station. It's not going to pick anything up, but it didn't remove the temporaries. That's weird.
Oh, that's weird.
2 seconds past, or no, 0 seconds past is that? It's under the chat. I can't read it.
I'm not sure, but did you just remove them?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wanted to wait and see if they were going to get removed automatically the second time, but never mind. Right. Yeah. Anyway, so it's safe now. Okay, I think a good thing for me to do at this point would have a look at the information about Foliax and see what it tells us about this planet before we go out there, because I think this is a reasonable time to look at it. So, it is a wet and vibrant planet with no mineable resources but rich in botanical potential. So this sounds like Gleba++ to me. Gleba at least has a little bit of stone that you can dig up, and there are the funny rocks that give you some initial resources. Oh, there are some rocks on this planet that will give you stone. You can find fish there. Then there's Then there are plants that will give you many different types of... Are the arbors seeds? They might be. That's a lot of different types of plants. That is going to...
Yep.
Trying to remember, keep the track of those is going to be interesting. I mean, to be fair, some of them have got interesting, useful names, like Arbor petrolii is presumably for making petrol out of. I don't want to know what you get out of plum balls. Sorry, plumbalis. I misread that one. As Cupria and Feria, those are pretty obvious. Those are copper and iron, respectively. Gelatinosa is going to be some sort of geliss. Xenofructus is alien fruit. I'm starting to run out of... Oh, there's Sulfifera, that's probably sulfur, and Carbonera would be carbon. I'm starting to struggle a little bit with my Latin at this point, but okay. Fulminous is going to be something flammable, I guess. Oh, or igneous also sounds flammable to me. Well, it's going to be interesting going out there and finding out what kind of nonsense we get from all of these seed types. So that's going to be fun. So that was the Foliax Willow.
We've got a petroleum one.
Yes, I spotted. That was the first one I spotted actually.
Okay.
That stuck out more than Ferrier and Cupria for some reason. Hang on. So why isn't Cupria vidus copper bacteria? Why is that plastic bacteria? Anyway, moving on. Ferrier pod. Okay, so the Arbor Ferrier will. Those are the iron and copper trees, presumably Petrolia, Potentium. Who knows? Igneous, fulminant, yada yada yada. Plant. There's water out there. That's good to know. Brim fruit. Okay, fine. And Foliax Cliff. Lovely. We can probably blow that up happily enough. Oh, okay. The Arbor gelatinosa produces jelly nut. So this is just straight up the Glebian one, the Glebian jelly nut plant. And we've got brim fruit as a different fruit. Oh, we can get Yamako as well. That's the Xenofructus. So there's going to be some definite... We're going to be redoing some of the Gleba recipes here by the looks of it. And this one produces wood. The Arbor primigenia. Primigenia, even. Don't know about that one. That's just foreign words.
The willow is going to be our source of starting water.
Probably. It seems likely. There might be some of the other ones growing wild, but we'll find out. That'll be interesting to see. And there's fish and water as well, just to keep things happy and sane. Gosh. Yeah, many plants. So looking at this one, there's a lot more plants there in that list than there are listed along here. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 there. But when I mouse over that one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22. Maybe there's 2 types of each one. I don't know. We shall find...
Contains is naturally spawning ones.
So maybe we'll be able to grow... We'll end up growing the other ones out there, perhaps.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that sounds... It's Gleba++. Who's leading this planet?
Me, I believe.
Okay, well, okay. I hope you can hold 22 different plants in your head at the same time.
It's the growing part of Gleba rather than the spoilage kind of Gleba. Maybe there's spoilage as well. I don't know. I haven't looked into it at all.
Yeah, the Foliax Willow does also yield spoilage, so spoilage is mentioned. And in fact, all of the trees yield spoilage as well, so we shall see. And also it's got Jelly Nut and Yamako, and we know that they spoil.
True.
The rest of it
It's okay, though. There is a local electricity grid, and it has 0 terawatts.
Oh, good.
Day-night cycle of 7 minutes.
Seems fairly typical.
Yeah.
I say seems fairly typical. I have actually no idea. What's Norvis? Norvis is 7 minutes.
That's Norvis. Yeah, 7 minutes.
Gravity is 10 meters per second squared. That sounds pretty normal. The gaseous atmosphere saturation is 0%. I don't know what to do with that. Also, the Harenic energy field is 0 megawatts. No iron storm, no local electricity grid. It has a magnetic field. Okay. Pressure is 1,000, so it's about the same as Norvis. Solar and atmosphere is 100%, so we can use solar in the same way we would on Norvis. Temperature is comfortable. Dust concentration 5%. Wind speed, sure. Atmospheric oxygen is normal. All of these feel very Earth-like to me, so I think this is all of these seem pretty standard.
Yeah, it feels like it's basically Norvis, but you're planting lots of trees instead of the normal.
Instead of mining, hacking stuff out of the ground. Okay. Well,
for
that's going to be
like. Yeah.
Sorry?
For what the planet's physically like, rather than how it feels to play.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting that I was going through these and reading the numbers and comparing them to Earth rather than to Norvis, because I just assume that Norvis is considered Earth-like.
I just moused over Norvis to the left, and it basically popped them up right next to each other.
Oh, fair. Yeah, that's pretty good. I didn't think of that. I was too busy thinking about how I do it in a video, where I just crop a little bit out of the frame and then move it across and tell it to just stay there, which
It's
is
just wind speed that's different, really.
okay. Is Norvis windier or less windy? Oh yeah, Norvis is significantly windier. I'm trying to think if we've done anything where wind would affect it. Maybe it affects pollution spread.
I don't know. There are some mods that have these wind turbines as power.
True.
Oh, there's also no pollution on Foliax.
Yes,
That's a difference.
So it'll be Gleba but without the pentas then, and 11 times as many fruit. No, 7 times as many plants, because we're growing wood on Gleba as well. But
Astra now as well.
Are we?
Yeah, we needed lots and lots of inserters, so I got it.
Oh right.
making-
So you put out some standard growth agricultural tiles. Oh, nice. Cool.
Whose planet is Corundrum?
Mine.
Doesn't produce the blue chemical plants, it seems.
The ones that are in the rockets, or it's not? Oh, it's not producing any. We don't have any chemical plants here because we don't have any glass.
Is that because there's
That's
no?
Oh, right, because we're not using any metal up. We no longer got a byproduct of stone.
Yeah.
Cooking to glass.
So we've got the iron voider over here that could possibly, or iron ore voider that could perhaps be turned on. But if we turn that on, will we then have too much copper, or is it balanced? Does it not matter?
Not sure.
You need
how do
chemical
we-
plants currently, right? I'll drop the ones from Lime, but please fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
might need to.
science will fix.
Yeah, I think I think the iron and copper are directly proportional to each other. So if we start destroying more iron just to get some sand out, then we'll have to also destroy some copper ore. Oh, hang on a minute. Now if we just destroy iron ore, that won't help. We'd have to destroy.
So we destroy copper plates then.
Yeah, destroy copper plates. That'd be the answer. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, if you can do that over, Laurence, if you can do that over here somewhere, and just basically, if we have insufficient
glass
in the
destroy
logistics
copper
system.
plates. Oh right. Okay. Yeah.
Actually, where does that? Oh, there's molten glass into there. Right. Yes. Yeah, I was sort of thinking it was going to need to be wired in, but it's because it's going to end up being a logistic system.
Yeah, it doesn't actually. So I can just drop this here, and then you connect to logistics system, connect, and
Glass equals zero.
Glass equals 0. You want to be all the way down to 0.
Yeah, because there's going to be a bunch of it's going to produce a bunch onto the belts. So we'll see if that works now.
Okay. Right, it's going to be fairly slow to kick in. Do you want me to put a second copy of that in?
Yeah, probably may as well. Shut them up so there's actually space, maybe.
Oh, I was going to put it in on the other side, but there's a water pipe in the way. I'll put it in there anyway and shift the water pipe across. Presumably, yeah, that isn't going to reach from there. So do that, and pipe goes there.
That will be unloading from both sides. So that's... Alright, so it's going to be the... Oh yes, there's some sand coming out.
Oh yeah.
One
I
piece.
think we might have run out of recyclers on this planet. We may have only had 2.
It's entirely possible.
Yes, we've run out of recyclers on this planet.
Your lime
I
is here.
noticed that you have now moved the inserter up to the top of the belt, where
Oh, yeah.
there's a whole bunch of wasted belt.
Fine.
It was down at the bottom. And then
Yeah,
you
I moved it
actively-
up to have it opposite the other one for symmetry.
Yeah.
I could have moved the other one down, yes, but yeah. Why not turn it off at the splitter of copper plates? I could do, but the inserters can just automatically connect to the circuit network. Can the splitters?
No.
No, splitters can't. So yeah, I could have turned it on and off up here, or on the belt, but it would have required connecting to a robot port. There's some down here. It could have been done that way, but the amount of copper we've got on this planet, the little bit that's going to be sat on this belt here, is immaterial. I feel that's probably a good idea. I like that you've only put them into one of the recyclers, which makes perfect sense.
Yep.
Actually, you know what would make even more sense? Extending the belt back down again and putting in another 2 inserters to feed directly into the bottom recyclers.
Yeah.
Could that block each other?
I think the recyclers take priority over the inserters
Yeah.
from the
They'll
inserters.
happily fill up to full stack. The way when that doesn't work is when there's other things it outputs.
It's like the difference between loaders and inserters back when we were playing K2SE. The loaders would load up to a full stack and the inserters would only load up to enough to run the machine minute times. Yes, you're right, Boardies. Tristan can just keep a notebook nearby that lists what all the different types of trees mean. Although I think, given that most of them have fairly sensible names, I think we'll be able to come up with given that most of them have quite sensible names, I think we're going to be all right with keeping with learning what they all do. Like
I would say,
ferrotree.
Mark, go off and make the copper plant. Laurence, go off and make the iron plant. You guys have to deal with it.
Ha. Do you think we should be doing the iron recycling after the crushing? It'll waste. This system is wasting calcite, but
But fitting it in.
let's put it here.
Oh right, you mean after full plating? Right.
Yeah,
I was thinking the recycling the crushed.
crushed would be better. We
Do
could
it by bot.
could do it by bot. Yeah.
You don't like that, but I'm fine with it.
In that case, do we want to do the same with the copper crushing?
That one does not get output in, but it could be.
But it could be.
Yeah, that'd probably be.
Okay, I'll get that set up.
Yeah. Good. And there's actually space to do it by belt if you want.
That's true.
Just because you only need to take out the bottom ones.
Ah, it doesn't quite fit. There's pipes in the way again. Right, put that there.
I just saw a Sophia fly in, swoop up all the biter eggs, and fly away again.
Right, so I want
That's
you.
how I roll.
I do notice that the area he picked them up from is covered in corpses.
Oh, biter corpses. Right. Okay, that's all right then. If it's biter corpses, I'm.
No, there were so many in the mall, so I'm like, I just want to reset it. So whatever is being delivered is fresh, and someone else is in charge of that, Tristan.
Right, there we go. So that'll unload when there's no glass. These will pick it up and destroy it. Well, actually, let's disconnect them from the logistics network so they'll always run.
Mark,
Yes.
here
Right.
we
So done
have
that.
a system that when we had massive excess of biter eggs.
Yep.
So those are the chests that the biter eggs will get loads into. They're
Yes.
set to dump out
Yep.
anytime we've got over 8k. Do you have views on what number that should be? 8k is well more than we're requesting, but that could be set to a value if you have a view on it, or it can be
No.
left at 8k just for if a whole bunch
Yeah.
get dumped in here. In
I'd say
theory,
it should
Have you
be
running off?
more or less the number that gets brought in via the biter train.
yeah.
Plus 20% or something.
So because Sophia's nicked all of them, it should be requesting a train. I would have thought. It hasn't. But... Sophia,
What
do
do
you
you mean,
expect
what
it
to
to be
say?
requesting a train at the moment?
Let's
Right.
see.
You.
Oh no,
So-
the train has arrived. Never mind.
Ooh, what happened to the belts here?
Huh.
What are you saying? A train has arrived?
Did a biter happen?
Probably.
It's a little alarming that we didn't notice that. Like, you didn't notice the alert when it happened, I mean.
That feels like an explosion footprint.
Yeah.
Sophia.
If the bomb fits.
And no, so from what I can tell, there's still 3k biter eggs
Yes.
in the.
Yes, that's why I was saying a train has presumably arrived after you nicked them.
I don't think
Nice.
so.
Well, where did those eggs come from then?
I
Oof.
think they were just in generic storage up here and not down there
Ah, okay.
because it was
Because
full.
they were just too full.
Yeah.
That's fair.
There is only a 2% chance of creating sand when we crush copper ore or iron ore. So we're going to churn through quite a bit to get any decent amount of glass out over here.
Do we have any other way of?
And there are individual rocks that can be harvested that have some stone in, but they also have a load of other stuff in them as well. But that's manual. Calcite. Yeah, anything else that could make chemical plants or could make glass. Let's have a look. I'll start with chemical plants. So we want to make these, which require normal chemical plants, which is steel, glass. So we need to have glass. Glass can be gathered from stations. Oh, ruby and pole remnants. Okay, fine. It's made from sand. Alternative recipes: mineral glass. Oh yes, you can make calcite into glass, and there's calcite on this planet.
Aha!
Oh, you need a calcite. That's a Moshin recipe. So you can't yet. You need to get a Moshin. But when we've been to Moshin, we can. Casting glass comes from molten glass and unpack cargo glass macerating. Recycling. Okay, fine. Casting glass comes from molten glass, which comes from sand and calcite. There's no alternative recipes. Right. So once we've been to Moshin, we can. But for now, no. We are limited to this recipe. Sorry, I got all excited then. Yes, I agree, Quagor. The tree names do feel like it's basically the same sort of resources you get on Norvis. I think there's a few extra ones in there. But yeah, basically you're growing all of your resources instead of mining them, which I think is quite nice. It's going to be a little bit different. We're going to have massive orchards as far as the eye can see, where we're ripping, growing all our resources from scratch, which I think is going to be quite cool. So yeah, I think that should be good fun. Collateral damage means you run out of collateral. That is true. Our collateral, or at least our railway line, has been mildly wrecked, shall we say? Oh, and here comes some bots to light up your head. No, chop off your head.
So do you want me to remove more biter eggs from them all, or?
No, I think it's fine.
Train. Zoop.
How are they being delivered here? I mean, because
I got construction bot.
Oh, you're requesting them. I see. Okay, got it.
Yeah. So once you pointed out that there were more here, I've started requesting them to sort it out, basically.
I see.
So I think
Have you gotten them all? You think?
I think so. Yeah.
I think our bots are really slow because we're running at not very many UPS. How many UPS are we running at the moment, Sophia?
44.
There you go. We're running at it's okay. That's three-quarters
Three-quarter
speed. It's
speed.
not too bad. So that's why the bots are a little slow. I can't spell speed. We have bot speed up to 10, so we've got quite a few of them. We can do more. It only takes Fulgoran research and the standards. So yeah, we certainly can, but we aren't at the moment because we're busy doing rocket fuel productivity apparently.
Yeah. It's a 32K one. So and we're doing a 25K one.
Right. So
Mark and I tend to have a similar approach of just going, oh, this one is the cheapest. Let's do that and just keep for the.
It feels reasonably balanced, yes. So
Yeah.
that seems. Yeah, I can understand that. It makes a certain amount of sense.
What we do need to keep an eye on, because I can see us getting that far in this kind of game, is when we're getting close to the plus 300% productivity, that we stop doing that research at that point, because it becomes completely pointless.
Yeah, potentially, yes. But it does become pointless. We'll potentially get there. So I have a question. Why aren't we keeping biter eggs in ice chests in the mall?
Because Mark wants to do that in the next mall design.
Right. Okay. So we
I offered to design that, and
we already are slightly over here for the prod 3s.
Yeah.
We already are, but I just wondered why we weren't doing it in general. But okay, that's a reason.
The whole mall area doesn't really include the new
Spark Joy
quality stuff and all this. It's just a mess. So I'd rather redesign it completely, or
Right.
ask one of you to do it.
Wow. Thank you. But Mark, you mentioned something about level 4 something being available before we head out.
Level 4 something.
you mean epic quality equipment?
Oh yeah.
Yes. Where,
Yeah,
where are we making those things? Okay, maybe I wasn't
So there are-
hard enough.
There are 6 tier 3 mech suits.
I
There
assume
are
everyone has one of them.
Quantity of there is 1 tier 4 legs and 16 tier 3 legs.
Yoink.
There are some batteries. Tier 3 battery. Tier 3. Tier 3.
I mean, I have everything. Oh, did someone steal my stuff?
That's a nice fission reactor. I'll have that. I can always do with more legs, so I'll take some of those. See what I've got room for, and then I do already. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay.
Then.
Right. So did anybody pick up my thing?
What is your thing?
Please be
My
more
armor.
specific.
I have lost my armor. Did someone steal it from me? Someone
What?
with maybe admin controls?
Your actual mech suit.
Oh yeah, you're naked. Oh, isn't he tiny?
How did you manage that?
He's tiny. Look at it.
No, I didn't manage it. I'm thinking one of these guys stole it from me because they're douches.
I will admit that is the sort of thing I would do. I didn't, but it's the sort of thing I would do.
No, I took yours.
Hey,
Yeah.
give that back.
I mean, I don't know. I just assume it had to be you.
I just said it wasn't me.
Well, I mean, you guys are a bunch of liars. I don't
That's
know.
not true.
How am I supposed to know? So who stole my stuff?
It was not me. It was not me.
Don't think anyone would actually have done that.
I mean, I totally would, but then when he came out back and said, "Hey, who stole my stuff?" I'd have gone, he, here. Okay, well done. You noticed. Here, have it back again.
I believe that.
Yeah, so I'm not going to deny that it is the sort of thing I would do, but also I would then have given it back when he noticed.
But it is more a Mike or Pete thing, so.
Yeah, let's blame Pete.
Yep.
Seems reasonable.
So where is my armor then? If nobody stole it.
You had it after Mike left, so it can't have been him. Have you got killed recently?
I had it flying over here. Even.
Yeah, he was standing there. I noticed him in a mech suit standing there when he flew into.
Right. Okay. Well, I currently have my inventory on stream, so you can see it. You can see that I don't have it. Have you checked that none of any of them?
That replay.
Okay. Yeah. By all means. I don't see any. Oh.
It's definitely not in your inventory. Yeah, I can't see it in there.
It's not any of the ones in the chest of mech suits. So
No,
they've all got empty inventories.
I have no idea what happened. And I mean I think only Mark, are you on? I don't think you're on the admin list, right?
No, I don't think so.
So you can't fiddle with my inventory.
Also,
So
I'm on the line.
See? Possible, you get an alias.
Yeah, and I totally can, as I demonstrated when I reclaimed mine from you, but I didn't. Do you want me to tell you what? I'll grab the other 4 mech suits out of the box. You see if you request a tier 3 mech suit and see if someone's just put it in the logistics system for you.
Yeah.
I did a search in chests in general.
Oh, okay.
I'll
put these back then again. Okay. Well, yeah, it is a mystery.
That is so weird.
There's mech suits in 2 places. The other one being in the actual mall, the original mall area.
Okay.
Well, have you found anything there?
No, it's there's a bunch of common.
Oh, Quagor says he checked the stream and a bot stole it on camera.
Oh.
No.
But then it should have gone into the logistics system, unless it's gone into a blue chest.
Revenge of the bots.
Yeah.
Because
So you're now
we killed so many of them.
You're now being undressed by robot. It's a bit Wallace and Gromit, isn't it?
I found it.
Where was it?
In over here, in a box.
Why did that not come up in the search then?
But also, why would a bot steal it?
Presumably,
Do you have a request to say you don't want to have any? I don't know. That's weird.
My requests are all disabled.
I'm going to try something, so don't shout at me. I'm going to try marking it for removal by robot. No, I don't think that doesn't seem to work. I'm right-clicking on it in your inventory, and that's remotely on map view. And left-click also not. No, neither click.
But neither of us did that. So
No, but I was wondering if it's a thing that can be done.
My assumption.
What? Ooh, I have an idea.
What was it? Quakor who found it? That it was taken by a bot.
Yeah, Quagor said it was a bot stole it on camera. So apparently it's on the stream, so you can have a look.
Thank you for the good detective work, Quakor. Please also send me a timestamp.
That's quite impressive. You'll be able to find it fairly easily in the VOD because it'll be shortly before we spent sort of 5 minutes going around looking for it.
Yeah.
Hello, Konabet. Welcome back again. Yes, epic gear because the trees are dangerous. No, to be honest, you may have noticed the main thing I upgraded was the legs in my armor because I want to be able to move around as fast as possible. I could probably ditch the energy shield and the personal robot. Well, no, the personal robot's worth hanging on to. I could ditch the energy shields, rearrange the batteries, and put another set of legs in. But mostly I just wanted to upgrade to rare exoskeletons. I've ditched all my other stuff that I was carrying around.
That's so funky that it just stole my armor.
Yeah. Especially as that is as Board Easy is saying, it's a fantastic potential prank, but I wish I'd done it, but I can't figure out how to make a bot steal your mech suit.
Because even if it was you removed it but didn't have anywhere to put it, that would drop it on the floor rather than.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I looked on the floor around you, thinking, "Oh, you took it off and then couldn't do anything with it."
I tried to
in your hand then.
I tried to replace your mech armor with some light armor once you'd found it and put it back on again to see if that could have been the thing, and that didn't work.
Sophia, try taking it off again and seeing happens if it then disappears from your hand and?
I mean, what do you mean taking out? Putting it into my inventory, or like, what do you want me to do?
No, just click on it to temporarily remove it, and then press
Okay,
Q. I know you've got immature space now. I'm wondering if
But
you
I
have
mean, if
more
I press
stuff.
Q, it's gonna drop on the ground, I guess.
No, it's going to go into. It'll go into your inventory.
Oh no, it just went straight back onto me.
Oh right, because that's where you picked it up from. That's
Right.
it extra weird then. I don't know.
I blame Pete.
Seems fair.
Yeah, I don't like blaming Pete. I will blame Laurence for this.
I wish
This
it.
is too
Honestly,
funky.
I wish it was my fault because that would have been a fantastic prank. And I want to do it to Mike next week, but I don't know how. Hello, welcome. Welcome again, second Kona. At least
Thank
that
you
helps me
for
work
the,
out.
the ping there, quick.
At least that helps me work out where the space is in your name.
That is so funky, man.
You're a second one because there's the YouTube Kona and then the Twitch Kona. So you're totally different people, and it count. And as far as YouTube and Twitch are concerned, you're totally different people, and you count separately towards the watch count. So yeah, great to have you here twice. I mean, great to have you both here. Yes, that's what I mean. Right. Shall we head off to the planet of 20 trees and have a little bit of a nose around over there? Because I think we're now we've worked out where Saphira's pajamas went. I think we're probably ready to head off.
Lime's on its way from the Grand Tour.
Okay.
We didn't get everything because of the issues on Corundrum as well as Fulgura.
Okay.
But,
But by the time we've got out there and worked out one end of the planet from the
Yep.
other, then we'll probably be fine. As long as it's got lots of agricultural towers on it, I think those are going to be the most important things, at least to start with.
Fifty
Where
There's
is-
a purple
enough.
chest somewhere.
Just use the it's purple chest. Yeah, there's one by the. Oh no, there isn't one by the rocket thing. There should be
There
one.
was one by the bottom right rocket, and
Okay,
Someone
Fair.
must have removed
just
it.
use your trash slots.
but it's too slow.
For ammo, it's slow. If you have like 20 stacks of ammo, it's a bit of a pain.
Let's do. Oh, turn that off. Damn it! Stop it. Oh yeah, because you
and
can't
you need to remove the ammo from the
weapons. Yeah,
weapons as well. Yeah, okay.
that's really loud. There we go. Right, travel to space platform Lime. This is where I accidentally transport myself to the Maluna transport and can't go any further than Lignumus.
oh, this rocket is so slow.
Yeah, are we? Why have we lost UPS? In fact, even my UPS has dropped down to 50. No, my FUPS has dropped down to 55. That's on my. I'm sure the UPS dropped down to 58 briefly there, which is quite an achievement given that I'm not server. Yeah, I'm happy for people to watch on either Twitch or YouTube. There have been times in the past when I've tried to encourage people to watch on one or the other because I'm trying to get some sort of bonus from one platform or the other. Like when I was trying to monetize my Twitch account, for example, I asked everyone to go over and watch on that. But I'm past that now. So as far as I'm concerned, yeah, watch on whichever service you prefer. I don't mind. Are we all aboard?
Yep. Right.
Yeah, I think so.
So what's Foliax, right?
Oh yeah.
Foliax.
And yeah, let's not spend too much time there. I want most of it to be a little surprise next stream.
Yeah. Okay. So set drop to planet Foliax now, and then we'll all land in sync when we arrive there. Right. So we're on our way to Arig, which it's Agrig, not Agri. So it's probably sounds dry rather than a place for growing things. That's Arid rather than Arig, but I don't know.
We have to go past Arig.
Yeah, we do. Yes.
Interesting.
So make sure you
Someone's
select
panicking away.
drop to Foliax, not drop something else.
Oh, I selected drop to Vulcanus. Jeez.
At least you selected Vulcanus, not Arig. If you selected Arig, you'd have felt very silly. You'd have had to do that planet all on your own. And the line would have been busy over Foliac, so, no support. You just have to do it from scratch. That'd be quite a good penalty, wouldn't it? Just for...
Yeah.
But at least you've got your mech suit.
It'd probably be encouraging for certain planets.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah,
A mech suit with no ammo.
Yeah, you'd have to start knocking trees over to try and get some ammo for it.
We were up at 293 there, I think, when we were approaching Eric in kilometers per second. So it's a tiny bit faster, 10% maybe.
Yeah, we seem to gain 10%. Oh, we're going downhill from Norvis to Arig, and now it's back uphill again to get out to Foliax.
Oh right, yeah. Halfway through it'll probably speed up a bit, yeah.
No, I mean Arig is closer to the sun than Norvis is, and then Foliax is further away from the sun than Arig.
But I also think once we pass the halfway threshold, I think it speeds up a bit. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
See?
you're right, it does. Huh.
Because
Okay.
you do drift. That's what causes you to drift towards. The
Yeah,
closest one.
fair enough. And yeah, I'm aware that in real space what's name terms, that what I said is absolute nonsense. But I don't think this game is entirely realistic. Ooh, there's a lot of asteroid chunks here,
There's
and only
a bit of
relatively
suspension of disbelief.
yeah, relatively
And
few
once we get-
actual asteroids. But there's the tiny ones. There's bajillions of them.
And once we get to Foliax, there will be only those.
Okay. Oh, here we are, and here we launch. Whoosh.
One of the capsules is empty. Oh,
Yeah,
it's my
it's
one.
always your own one that's empty.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
It's green and grotty. Oh, and
Loading.
it's loading.
Ooh, and loading.
And there are some trees. That's good to see.
All right, let's kill all the natives and.
Done.
Right,
Surprised
what's next?
because
Okay,
they
I've
had
done
to
that job. Right, so what we've got down here. These are that's a very rectangular coppice. But that seems to be the only one. The other ones up here are slightly more normal shapes. It's just this particular one down here is very rectangular.
Maybe it's a
I wonder if
start-
this is... I was about to say maybe it's a starter resource. It's got lots of different things in it. Oh, they're all foliax willows.
Trees over here.
The water looks
And they
weird.
spoil.
And we've got the Arborearia,
Yeah, maybe
Arborearia.
don't start mining stuff.
and the Arbocupria. Maybe just one or two as a treat. Squish.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
probably going to start triggering researchers.
The Cupria, oh true. The Cupria pod has a 3-hour spoil time, so that's quite a long time.
Welcome to Foliax has been researched.
Well, I suppose we were welcomed by the gravity. Yeah, the water is, as you say, it looks sort of, when you zoom in, it sort of looks normal, but I think it's too wibbly. It almost looks, yeah, it does look slightly strange, the water, you're quite right.
Is it supposed to always rain? That's a bit of a shame. If it's always going to be raining.
Yeah, this is Wales.
Like Lieber.
No, Gleber's sometimes just foggy.
Shall we call it?
Yeah, we probably should. So,
Let me get back to where we landed.
okay, is that the difference, Conan? I knew Twitch used to be a bit funny about multi-streaming, and then they got over it, I think, and calmed down a little bit. I think they've stopped fussing about it now. But lovely. Right, so I think, yes, this seems to be... Tristan has the zoomies. Right, well, this seems to be basically the end. You know what we should do? We should go off and hide somewhere on the other side of the planet, so when Mike drops in, there's nobody around. At least go and hide behind a tree. Probably my name pops up above me, I know, but, I can try. Do my best. Touchdown. There we go. Right. So yes, we have achieved new planet. So we'll be coming back here at on next Monday, 7:30 PM UK time as usual, when we shall no doubt start trying to grow things and seeing what happens and seeing how squishy all these trees are. And I've got some spoilage already and some other. I guess these are probably seeds. Well, we will find out. That'll be something to look into. They grow on lots of different planets. So potentially we could take some of these things back to Norvis with us and. No, that's not Gleber in the middle there. And there are various planets we can grow them on. So we could potentially move these off to other planets and start growing things there if we decide that would be fair and reasonable. I will also be back on Wednesday, so I should be playing some. There's a bit more Foundry to do. There's still some new robot types, but I think I've made. I think I've now finished doing all the Xeno tech that came in update 3. So unless they do another update at some point before I finish it, then I might be approaching the end of the end of Foundry now. So there may only be another couple of weeks of that, but still some robot types to make, and maybe the trains will turn up again. And I'll be able to actually make some trains. We shall see. So yeah, please come along and join me for that. That'll be on Wednesday at 8 PM UK time, because one of my friends runs a workout before that, which I like to sort of be supportive and go off and join in with. There will be videos coming out Thursday and Friday. There's quite a lot of Factorio update ones in the queue at the moment, so keep an eye out for those. They'll be coming out, as I say, Thursdays and Fridays. So make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel so you don't miss them. If you're watching on Twitch, please stick around, because we'll go off and find someone to raid. If you're watching on YouTube, then this is the end of the stream. So thank you very much for watching. Thank you for being here, everyone. Thank you, No Guard. Good night, No Guard, Board Easy, Regular, and everyone else. Thank you very much for watching. Let's go and find somebody to raid. And this does require most of my concentration to do. I can't do this at the same time. So we'll bring up an end screen, and then, yeah, we'll see how things go. Right, so...
Hi, chat.
Filter by Factory, filter by category, Factorio. There we go. And press one button. Come on. Anyone's on following playing Factorio? No. So let's try and find one in English. That says Deutsch on it, so it's not that one. Oh, here we go. Vanilla. Sure, let's drop in on this one. Right. Let's go, let's start the raid, and we'll be dropping in 10 seconds. And this person has a rubber duck in the background of their camera. That's quite a large... Actually, no, it's not a rubber duck, it's a large duck plushie, I think. But they're setting up some artillery, so that's got to be a good sign. Right, so let's go. Thank you very much for watching.